Welcome to today's session of viewer levels. We're going to get straight into it with the first submission from Zach Devine, which is going to be Tactical Thwomp Tower. So, welcome to everybody who is already here. We'll hopefully make up for lost time and for a late start and get through some of this reasonably quickly. But let's take a look. A level themed around riding thwomps. And that is exactly what we were promised, except, yeah, let's not do that. I had to consider whether I was able to get up to the donut block straight away. I probably just didn't read the blue platform accurately. King Brock and Nintentium, welcome. Yeah, I see. I just needed to slide up to the second platform, get back onto the thwomp, and then up to the donuts. Fairly clear, in fact. I just needed to work on my timing a little bit to get onto the right side of this stuff. Otherwise, it is going to be an SD lock. I just need to go a little bit faster. And it's fairly clear what we have to do from here. Whoops. Got pushed a little bit too far to the right. Interesting placement of the saw blade there, kind of disincentivizing you from cranking it all the way to the left at the very end, which made it a little bit tricky for me to maintain speed. There we go. And here's a checkpoint. Okay, good coin trail there. Actually, fairly clear. I just kind of overstepped there. It was very clear that I needed to land on the platform, go left to the P block location. Got that money, welcome. And then we're going to be a little bit late over here. And yeah, I got that money, just a couple of extra digits, as I'm sure you know. And there we go. Final. It is, first of all, going to swap me over. Final room, due to the checkpoint placement on either side. So, fairly quick level, but that's because the setups here are pretty complex. Some of this stuff is cosmetic, of course. Lots of extra thwomps and blades all over the place to give you a sense of what's going on. Notice the cross up top as well. Kind of like a map in some ways, but yeah, we do need to make it quite a ways ahead, build up a bit of a dash, and just let the thwomp pass underneath. Everything's going to line up. And got that money, I'm doing fine. Hope everything's well with you as well. And, oh, up we go. And then, we'll ride it all the way back. Wait, oh, I see. You needed the platform to come up. I don't think there's much that is going to alter the timing there, so we just need to keep an eye on that track. Yeah, because the thwomp interaction is always going to be timed just like that. I can't really do any additional manipulation there. We just need to take a nice high jump and then land, come back up, and I just barely missed. Once again, I get dunked. That's okay, this should be fairly easy to sort out. Also, I noticed that the sound is dead already. Let me just fix it. That's usually something that happens. And we'll just try to repair that quickly, so just give me a moment. And thank you for the follow and the level. We just need to repair this quickly at the beginning of the stream before it gets out of hand. Okay, hopefully not something we'll have to deal with too much today. Sometimes it's more severe than others. But we should be good for at least for now, so. Let's just get the bomb triggered and then redo everything and just respond a little bit faster to everything that is going on here. So we want to take these stumps pretty much as far as we can, get a nice high jump, and as with last time, by that point, trust that the platform on a track is going to get back up high enough to do its job. Now I really do need to crank my run all the way to the right at the very beginning. I mean, that is fairly obvious. Sometimes I'm a little bit slow to start up. Whoops. And that's it. That's the axe, and lots of hearts and thwomps at the end. Well, one heart. And many thwomps that all thwomp their way down when you hit the axe. That's a nice effect, using the death effect to kind of simulate the thwomp drop as a finishing touch. So, thank you for that. And Redbeard, welcome. And Lantis as well. Let's mark that as a quick and early win. And let's see how we're doing so far. I don't think any of you are active subs, so we'll just punch in the next level, which is going to be from Male64. Now I'm guessing this will be an additional route on the level that I played last week, unless you've completed anything else in the meantime. On the rock, explore the Forgotten Atlantis, and it is going to be a fresh upload. Thank you so much for the resub, Captain Redbeard. And yeah, Zach Divine, you're perfectly welcome to add something else. Now, I don't know if I have a solid memory of which route I took last time, so... Can I try to break everything? Well, of course, well, we'll see how much I can break. Some of it, I'm sure, will be more obvious to me than others. I'm pretty sure I did take the spike ball route last time, so... Not much here that I can break using the P-switch, unfortunately. Not yet. But we will see. Anyway, going to get past this bit here. Just need to kind of drop into the right, I'm sure. It's a bit of a waiting segment, but that's okay, as long as we don't get bounced back up like we would in a troll-level anti-soft lock. Like I was saying. We can probably afford to be a little bit more cautious. And Glitch, welcome. Okay, there we go. And once again, we'll get stuffed over here. I don't see much to deal with over here. There is a Shellman on the left side, which does not look accessible to me at the moment, because we almost certainly had to do something about that note block, perhaps. And Glitch, I'm glad you liked the stream title. I haven't actually been playing Elden Ring, I've just been watching some other people play it on Twitch. But I have been seeing the "You Died" screen quite a lot, nevertheless. Anyway, down we go. Notice that you can pop out the left side here if you decide to deliberately take damage. Oh, you know what, since we took damage, we can try to demonstrate that, except I'm going to miss. No particular point to doing it, though, because you can immediately just go up to that area if you wanted to explore there, once you safely make it down here, so... Thank you so much for the resub, Glitch. Yeah, we didn't have anything to use to deal with the bomb, so we'll just leave it alone for now. Yeah, this area here is pretty much new material for me, so... once again, I don't have anything like fire, so we'll have to go down a long way. Glitch, you're playing Elden Ring and Horizon. Yeah, it seemed like a lot of people playing Horizon kind of had to figure out how to juggle the two of them, given that they are both fairly sizable experiences. Okay, there we go. Well, just think though, I mean, by the time we find out when Horizon 3 is released, we can sort of extrapolate from that the release date of, I don't know, Metroid Prime 4. And then let's go down. Unless the curse only applies to expansive open worlds. No, Glitch, we're just kidding. That Horizon, the first Horizon game, famously released about a week before Breath of the Wild. And which kind of unfortunately conditioned a lot of its reception, since they were such different models of how open world should work. And so the idea is that the series is kind of doomed to release next to games in that situation, even though we only currently have a sample of n equals 2. Whoa! Okay, so much for the helmet. Yeah, this just blocks off your ability to get above the semi-solid. I didn't know that, of course. And I am down here. Okay. Exactly, St. Atlantis. Animal Crossing Horizon. And let's see. Otherwise known as Horizon New Leaf. Whoa. Male64, you're saying something about that shouldn't be possible. I don't know what you're referring to. But anyway, let's do this. I think the idea is to outrun. Or outswim, but we'll miss. Because that's just the limit of my swimming proficiency. Notice that the P-switch alters this pretty significantly and affects something to do with the pipe down below. Would also potentially take out the blasters. Yeah, I guess the P-switch would give you a maze down below that allows you to enter the pipe. P activation is all the way down here. I don't see it. Oh, okay, here it is. Notice that potentially you could let the P land on your head and bump it over instead of activating it over here if you wanted to cheese the P somehow. I don't know that it would land anywhere inaccessible. No, it looks like it's going to land somewhere safe regardless, but let's say it would despawn the P and then try to do this. I mean, it's a pretty silly thing to do unless you really insisted on trivializing the icicles and were willing to spend tons of time doing it, but we'll just be fancy and we'll try it anyway. And eventually you do have to activate it to get through the gate at the bottom, so it's not like it helps you that much. Whoops. But it does mean that you could potentially get through the P maze with plenty of time to spare without having to worry too much about doing it quickly. Alright, let's let the bullets pass. And then have a nice easy swim this way. This is the exit that's based on the P-switch timing, so of course we'll take it because that seems to be supposedly the advanced path. And having the Shelmet here, as we once did before, allowed me to run through all of this. Okay, that's fine. Oh yes, this was the Super Ball bit, where you would open up the gate to the right side. I remember this bit, actually. I did do this part last time I was here, I think. Glitch. Since you're the next sub, I can just punch you in manually. Or sub next. I believe you're the next sub in queue. I'll check that to make sure that's actually the case. And then we don't need to sort of mess around with it too much. Oh, look at that. I missed all the 1-ups for... Not endless, but... Yeah, I guess if you bumped the spike ball, if you still had the helmet, you could destroy more of this ice. I don't think it would actually get you anything, so we'll just take the flag and be done with it. No, Glitch, I can probably just punch you in next. Let me just check the list too. Make sure. And yeah, Glitch, I'll just get you in directly. So thank you for that, Mail64. I know I didn't quite break everything, but hopefully we saw enough in the new route here to give you a good look. If you're able to stay, I'm obviously willing to take a look at this again after we're through a little more of the queue. But I'm glad I saw some new content that we hadn't exposed before, and also just played around with the P-switch timing bit. Given that you had the alternate exits set up there anyway, I don't think it's a particular issue that you can cheese the P-switch challenge that way. I think it's kind of intended by the looks of it. Or, not necessarily intended, but allowable. I took paths that I shouldn't have. Okay, well, I couldn't tell what was against your supposed intention, so I'm not going to worry about that. I'm just going to mark this one as a win. Glitch, I will punch you, or punch your level rather, directly in. I'm not going to punch you. Whoops, let's spell current correctly. That's rather important. P-switch path I took was only possible because I moved to P-switch. Oh, I see, okay. Yeah, so it looked deliberate because otherwise you just wouldn't be able to get through the maze in time and pass all the icicles. Yeah, so this is technically the sub-next glitch. And it is a collab level. So Red Knight and Baflu are themselves collaborating, and Mice and Glitch were collaborating. Okay, I see, I understand that. Hence the G on the left and the mouse on the right, so let's take a look and see how close we get to Supernova's record. Probably not very close. But here's a Bouncy and Boss Bonanza. Okay, oh, P-balloon, with some spikes down below. Let's see what this is going to be all about. It looks like survival timing until the spike block hits the on-off switch up top. I don't know how that's going to alter everything here, but I assume that it's at least going to be a partial stack drop, if not a full stack drop. Oh, it's going to move. Okay. And then you progress to the next room. Maybe got myself a little bit trapped there. Obviously, I don't want to be in range of rocky wrenches, but I don't know how much flexibility I will have there. So, yeah, because the wrenches are stacked in such a way that there is going to be a bottom set and a top set. And also the wrenches do change height, you'll notice. That's just what they do. And so there will be a little bit of variation I need to take into account here as we progress to each successive part of the challenge. Well, especially with all the wrenches kind of bunching up together. Yeah, I have to take into account too that altering directions with the P-Balloon is something that can be pretty sluggish, so I can't just do a 180 directly and expect it to be responsive. So I think it is kind of important to pick a relatively safe location. I mean, I think for the first set here, going in the middle is fine, but there is going to be a little bit of variation from Morton's positioning that I need to take into account. Thankfully, the P-Balloon hitbox is pretty generous, as are the Koopaling projectiles. See, look at that. I got whacked in the bum and the face, and it didn't even register. So luckily, we can probably stall until we get to Phase 3, at which point I will lose in spite of the fact that the pipe is seemingly wide open at that point. But we'll see how the rest of the stack is going to go. Okay. Yeah, obviously I don't want to get too trapped between the two bumpers because I do want some flexibility to go back and forth and hopefully with some lead time. It's better to stay closer to the bottom, I think, because then I have more room for lateral movement and I can just dodge upwards as needed if the wrenches on the bottom are coming a little too close. So yeah, because I want more horizontal breathing room. And so staying below the bumpers seems ideal. We'll see if that actually holds up as a strategy. Obviously I should have maintained the direction there and boosted a little bit to the right, but it is going to be something a little different every time, so let's just hang around here and... Whoops. Interestingly enough, if I lose the P-Balloon... Well, I don't really have the opportunity to initiate a spin jump anywhere, which is... Although if I take a hit and I land somewhere that would allow me to... while I have invincibility frames, initiate a spin jump. I don't know if that's possible anywhere. I don't think it is. I'm just thinking about like spinning off the spike balls while they're on top of clouds, which is extremely dangerous and unlikely to succeed, but we're just kind of theory crafting here while I'm trying to do the survival challenge the intended way. I couldn't get in the pipe anyways, even if I could. Well, I need the P-Balloon for sure. Yeah, that's very good point. That is going to be a hard check out of P-Balloon. And a blue blur, welcome. Whoops. Once again, let's compensate for how long it takes to turn around and not expect that something like a 180 turn is ever going to happen successfully on such short notice. Okay, let's go and... oh, actually that wasn't too bad considering how far I scrolled. Okay, let's down here. Okay, a bit of a close call, but I think we'll make it. In some ways, I'm actually boosting a little bit too much. Sometimes a few tiny adjustments are going to work a lot better. And we'll pass this obstacle here. That's going to be a checkpoint, followed by more P-Balloons. And nothing really to play with on the left side, I don't think. Nothing interactable as far as I can see, so we'll just move on. Or not, we have to move on through the door because this is just a P-Balloon dispenser down below. Okay, so now... this looks like a glitch fight, by the way. As far as collaborations go, I feel like this is the glitch style room. I just have a hunch because I've seen enough of your fights to kind of know when you have these multi-component setups where I need to kind of keep my eyes at two places at once. You know, like a projectile source as well as something interactable that is in a separate location. Whoa, that was dangerous, but we got it. And then... oh, no. We got bumped. Oh, this is the mice room. Okay, never mind. So I was incorrect. Well, I was fooled. You helped each other with rooms, I see. Yeah, it's sort of interesting that even though this level is kind of unified by Evil Luna over Poison, that the two fights are actually stylistically very different. I mean, the first one is just projectile survival. This one is kind of a much more active multi-hit creation. Whoops, no, I was trying to sneak away there and fly under, and once again, I should not rely upon changing directions that quickly. Oops. Nope, gotta wait for the burner. Sometimes you just know that the timing will be unfriendly. Nope, too much of a rebound. I was hoping to get kind of a perfect rebound there and get out before the burners decided to light up again, but that isn't always going to work the way I would imagine. So we'll try it again. Okay. There we go. Just needed to get a big rebound there to dodge the projectile. Gotta stay way out of the way of the dry bones, I think. If I can keep track of where the dry bones are located and stay far, far away from them. Nope, too close. Now, I haven't really been paying too much attention to the offensive element of this myself. I mean, I suppose it is just going to be 3 hits on Larry over there. But yeah, let's get way out of the way if we see the dry bones coming. Nope. Once again, just not planning adequately for the rebound. Yeah, so that's going to drop dry bones in for phase 2. That's something we should account for right away. The other thing is that we should kind of think defensively here, that there will be a lot of moments here when we're just not really going to be able to get through. Now how do I get into the door? Given that the bumper is there, because I need to be kind of over a platform to get into the door, right? Like, hang on. Because I'm trying to see, like, you can enter the door from the air, but you do have to be... Ah, okay. You can just overlap it directly like that? That's fine. Now let's get over here. Hop out. Eam Supreme. A friendly streamer at 1v1. Oh, you mean in a multiplayer mode? Not on this stream. But thanks for offering. Like, I pretty much never play multiplayer in this game, so I'm a little bit unprepared. Now, let's, of course, check the pipes at the very end. Yeah, but thanks for offering, anyway. That might be something I look at doing at some point. It's just that I normally don't really run this as a versus stream, so... Thank you for that glitch. Lots of fun, lots of variety. Yeah, I wasn't kind of 100% sure on the door entry at the end in terms of how much overlap I need with a door that is suspended on a platform. But that works. Team Supreme, we haven't been running for too long, but the levels have been pretty successful so far, so pretty happy with what we've been seeing. And yeah, Glitch, be sure to let Mice know about that afterwards. King Brock is here, so let's fire this up. And Mail64, you've got to leave early. And yeah, we should still be able to run next week, so. Team Supreme, I mostly do viewer levels and puzzles. Lately, I've also been doing a lot of Mario Maker 1. That's been our main feature midweek, just going back to a lot of Maker 1 levels, but that's kind of a temporary thing just for the beginning of this year. Very often I do puzzles. I do some platforming creations, of course, but viewer levels on weekends very often. So here's The Legend of Bracada 1-3. This is the second revision of these levels, which follow a bit of a story sequence. We were trapped in prison at the end of 1-2. And now let's see where we'll go. You are thrown into a dungeon. You must blow up your roommate to escape. Thankfully, we had plenty of practice with that from back in university. And yeah, Glitch, thanks again for the level. No worries about lurking. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Okay, let's not die to this. Poor roommate. I mean, the roommate wasn't exactly enjoying prison life either. He seemed like he was always ready to blow his fuse. So let's grab Yoshi. Oh, interesting bonsai at the beginning of this door here. That is kind of like an alarm system in a way, I guess. And anyway, let's sneak out of here. Do we really need a P-switch? No, he's just going to dunk that. And then let's see what happens if we go into the next room with the P still active, whether there's anything that changes. It doesn't look like it. But naturally, we will check the block. It is night theme, I have to remember that. As we go on a wild mushroom chase. Fish bones everywhere. I guess that's what would be affected by the P-switch. That these coins would be traversable, but they won't really get you anything, I think. Nothing that you can't already get with a solid jump off of Yoshi. Whoops. Should have kept some hammers, actually, in case they were useful. And here's a bridge down below that we will not be able to do anything about until we get rid of this guy. Which I can do if I just jump on that. And yeah, we'll just go down here for no particular reason other than our own entertainment. Thank you for the follow, by the way. And there's the 50 coin. That's probably going to be it. But we'll activate the flower effect regardless. Also notice this, that's just going to be a 1-up. And that's going to be losing Yoshi at the very end, so. Thank you for that, King Brock. Yeah, you're welcome, Meme Supreme. Thank you for dropping by. And thank you for all the GGs. Let's see what's next. Nintenium. I assume Nintenium is still here, but if you'd like to check in, yep, there we go. Pink Lemonade. Platforming level with 1 checkpoint. Let's enjoy it. Okay, on Switch, and then that's going to be a fairly easy miss. I'm still looking ahead to that off switch. That's going to be to the right of that. I don't see what's going to hit that yet, but I'm sure we'll find out pretty soon. Oh, the thwomp, of course. Yeah. And here we go. Ziggsy, welcome. Okay, that could have gone a little bit better. Probably just a higher jump off of the note block. So we bounce onto Goomba a little bit later than we've been doing. Yeah, there we go. That's what coins are for. And a bit more of a dash over there, I think. So we can clear that column at the peak of the jump. No, that's going to be a little bit too slow. I do need to maintain rightward momentum and go almost immediately. It'll take me a few tries to figure out the positioning on that, I think, but we should have it sorted out fairly soon. Well, as long as we don't blow easy attempts like that. There we go. And very nice of that coin indicator there to get everything to line up. And then now we have to go immediately. Have to get the door on target. That's what that's all about. And there we go. That's pretty short and sweet by Nintenium standards. Like a glass of pink lemonade. Thank you for that, Nintenium. Wouldn't want to think you're going easy on me, though. Got that money is next. Then, let's see what we'll do today. It's good that we're getting a lot of clears in because I had a bit of a late start and we might run a shorter queue than usual. So I'm glad I'm seeing lots of stuff. Here's 7-3, Stutter, Flutter, Jump. Use the winged Goomba shoes to hop, skip, and flutter jump to safety. Let's do it. Where's the shoe? Here's the shoe. Let's not die right away to getting stomped by the shoe. Obviously, we'll check that. Nothing. But it does make everything line up nicely. So, oh, there's a coin up there. Let's check it. And we'll even have a fancy landing at the end of that, which is quite nice to see. Pop this, and then, yeah, we're going to be fairly safe for a while yet. I feel like that was maybe a mistake, though. We needed to keep the shoe. Okay. Is this a death? It might be a death. Yeah, I think the P blocks there were a flutter point. So in a traditional level like this one, a little bit awkward to have the required SD there, but we'll just take that into account and try to avoid that. Yeah, it just seems a little unusual for something that's otherwise very much in a traditional style. But it's early on in the level, so... This one has been in the concept stage for over a year, wow. Yeah, I don't know, Got That Money, how much premeditation you have for your world structure in advance. I know that you've been doing a lot of the numbering well out of order. So you might have something like an ice world in mind early on, as well as a difficulty progression. Yeah, we're going much too low every time, so... Also, check the pipe. Nothing. Okay. Nope, still going much too low. I mean, the P-blocks give you a very clear indication of where you're expected to boost, but my angle under the pipe is often quite poor, so... And now we'll miss before the boot disappears. If the boot does disappear, then that's also a required self-destruct, so just have to be aware of that. And we should get another boot here, as expected. Okay, the camera is going to scroll in and thankfully give me enough time to recover if I initially miss. Yeah, I mean, obviously there are all sorts of locations that do require you to understand that losing the boot is pretty much always going to be death unless you have a very good reason to believe that you can jump out of it to safety. Pretty much wherever you have a safe zone in a sequence that's followed by a required boot, that's going to be a concern. So, we're nowhere close to reaching that. Also should be aware that while I do remember where displacement is, that on the way back down, the visibility can be a little bit risky. I mean, you know, as long as you kind of have the visual memory to understand that the mushroom platforms are aligned there, that's not a big deal. I kind of feel like I can move a Goomba, and then that would be the way to get up there, is to move the other Goomba and then get a jump off of it like this. And that's how you access the icicle secrets. Now, given that it's ground blocks and ceiling, I would not believe that there's anything further up there, and there isn't, since ground blocks wall off the ceiling. Once again, yeah, a bit of a risky drop here, but... nope. That's going to be failure. Yeah, I am consistently dipping a little bit too low for my own good. Who's seen a secret? We'll just bypass it. And yeah, just need to control my arc going down such that I have a good angle for continuing to float the way that I've done there. That's closer. Much closer. You knew you wanted to do this concept of making it interesting was tough, yeah. Well, I don't know. I think it inherently has a lot of potential. Let's see this. This ace coin stuff is just for decoration, I'm fairly sure. Now, I can't see what's below, so we'll just have to assume that that's way to do it. Whoa, okay, that's gonna dunk me. Yeah, does it skulls? Let me know, and I probably should have surmised that was also going to be death, but... Given the angle there, I feel like going left to right is correct there, and maybe ideally I'd be able to proceed, but I didn't estimate that very well at first. Usually because I'm consistently a little bit late on getting the boot float. Anyway, we'll do it this way. Yeah, it would be a little bit tricky, I think. You'd have to... Whoops, not like that. Let's wait. Yeah, it would be a bit of a sharp angle coming in here, that's the issue. And I wouldn't have enough distance to get over to the right side. Wrap around, because if you grab the coin, yeah, you only get high enough to... Oh, you know what? No, you jump out. That's actually very understandable. Yeah, you need to jump out off the top. Good, very readable. Then I adjust a bit over here and go down. I had the feeling that I missed something, but without any further information, let's just proceed to next checkpoint. That, again, looks suspicious up top. Let's let the Goomba go up. Yeah, the bonus idea is using the hop off of the Goomba. That's pretty interesting. In terms of understanding that the Goombas, while they're in the shoe, are things that you have the power to reposition. Oh. Now, I don't know if I have a second chance at any of this before it drops off the track. It looks like everything does drop off the track, so it is a bit of a timed bonus room. And... off switch down here. Well, I don't have the ability to stomp on it. So it looked like maybe if I were permitted to have a big boot at this point, that I would be able to flip that switch. Oh no, this switch just flips on your way in. I see, because then that makes that a one-time bonus room challenge. Okay, once again, yeah, I could drop safely down here because we're still wearing the boot. Here the idea is to get the boots on top of the saw blade so I can bounce off of it. I am a little bit low for that, though. I do want to get the additional height off the bounce. But you have to shave quite closely to the piranhas in order to get enough height on the other side, so we'll just try to keep that in mind. Yep. Now let's not go... Whoops. Oh, I see. I already burned the float on that bounce. That was the issue. I just didn't keep track. Nope. Yeah, luckily a lot of the toughest dips like that are very close to the checkpoint, so things that do kind of require the most retrying are not too far along. Okay, there we go. Nope. I knew my timing was a little bit off there, I just didn't react to that quickly enough. Yeah, making sure to get a short bounce at the very end. Oh, but in the correct direction, ideally. Okay. Now I do need a running jump into this, and so that's partly a timing issue. I just need to make sure I start on the left side and plan that correctly. It is feeling a bit smoother with experience, which is always a good sign. And yeah, always nice to get that on the first cycle without any delay. Let's not get dunked by the boot. Let's not get dunked by the boot. Okay. Icicle that we can see on the other side. I guess we'll have to see what that's about. I may have to land on top of a falling icicle, I think, in order to proceed. Yeah, jump on top of the icicle and I keep jumping. Yeah, I'm glad you think I'm fluttering like a pro. It helps that I've had a fair bit of boot practice from the last level that I uploaded, which was very boot-centric, although that one didn't have a flutter, because I realized during the initial design that it would just destroy too much stuff. But it did mean that I was playing with the boot a lot in the editor and getting a sense of what I could do with it. Still not really that precise, but oh, a little bit late. The marker is there for a reason, that there is no real time for delay, but that's an interesting escalation on some of the previous Piranha dips that we saw in terms of adding an extra element of time pressure. And yeah, there is a very natural progression here in terms of how you complicate the flutters under the Piranha in terms of making the landings more and more sensitive to additional factors. So let's get this, and let's dip down. Now I'm trying to anticipate the icicle. Notice that the icicle placement was directly under the P block when I died. So just need to plan that placement a little bit better, I think. Get a bit more height on that last jump. Okay, oops. A little bit late. I thought that was going to be safe. I estimated incorrectly. Whoa, too low, but actually that was safe. I don't know why I backed out there at the last moment. And yeah, certainly no issues with the length of any of the segments. I think it's perfectly fine. And the fact that it is more difficult at the end is something that, because you've shortened this segment to compensate, I still find it to be a pretty evenly balanced progression. Okay. Let's grab this. No, I'm getting out of the boot early now. On the assumption that I needed to get out of the boot at its highest point, but I think that's not actually the case. It would feel intuitive to have to jump out of the boot at its highest point, but I'm actually getting ahead of the icicle a bit, which is a bit difficult to estimate, I think. Because if I have to let the boot drop a bit, then it feels a little bit trial and error, I think, because the sort of intuitive way to read it doesn't quite line up. But it is kind of difficult, just given how difficult to design around, just given how much variation there can be in the player's position after the dip. I think as far as the icicle goes, I probably would have erred on making the height requirements of getting off the icicle just a little more generous. As long as that didn't break anything, which I don't think it would. I mean, obviously you're trying to put it out of reach of jumping directly out of the boot. Whoops. But we'll see how close an approach we can make. Nope, way too low. Sometimes I just know when it's not going to go. Yeah, because on one hand you have to put it out of reach of the boot just straight up breaking it. And on the other hand, the icicle timing is going to depend a lot on the player's curve coming up from the piranhas below, so it does seem something pretty tricky to test around. Like, I'm getting a little bit tight under the piranhas at this point, and as I know from experience, that doesn't really help me that much if I try to get up to the icicle too soon before it has dropped far enough for me to deal with. Everyone dips at different heights, exactly. Yeah, that's usually a sign that if it's possible to make it more lenient, it might be wise, but again, I don't know if a sufficiently tight jump under the piranhas would just straight up break that. It might not even be a bad thing, though, for somebody who's like super precise to be able to skip to the icicle. Like, it would look cheesy, but if you have to be extremely good to even think about attempting it, that'll be a problem. Now, one of the issues I'm running into here is that I do have to land facing to the right when I land on the icicle. Obviously, there's a tendency to hug the pipe on the left because that's the direction of travel. But if I do that, I lose too much time to reversing direction when I'm on the icicle surface, which I can't do. Very often, when jumping towards any kind of icy platform, do have to realize intuitively that you're just not going to have the chance to reverse course. So that's one thing I know I have to fix. Okay, let's go. Whoa, let's not do that. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, maybe I can find the sweet spot. That height would have been okay if I just landed smoothly enough to get an immediate follow-up jump. Certainly one problem for me here is that my follow-up jump is too slow, given the directional swap that I'm doing. A moment too late when I'm already on the icicle surface. Nope. You would think the dips will come with practice, but... nope. Hang on. There we go. Yeah. This jump up to the munchers feels really generous, though. I think it's quite reasonably spaced. Like, you still have to be careful, but I feel like I've got lots of room for adjustment there, which is nice. Nope, bad idea. I was expecting a bounce to the left, and I was just out of position. Seeing it played definitely helps in picking out some issues, or at least just getting a wider sample of what people's jumping habits are going to be like. Given that I think, especially in the course of testing something repeatedly while building, it's very easy to develop invisible habits when it comes to things like timing. It's kind of like that when you replay your own levels after a long absence as well, I think, that when you lose the habits that come with iterating over certain segments repeatedly. It really does expose a lot of the things that might work less well. But I'm talking about, you know, playing a level after a long time away, when you don't really have your own muscle memory retained anymore. Now, in spite of how often I'm dying on the piranha dips, they are pretty doable. That it is the central challenge of the level. It's just very easy to be careless, especially because it is a do-or-die obstacle. And a fairly wide one at that, in terms of having to deal with two piranhas like that. But yeah, this bit here, not too hard to deal with. Let's get out of the way of the boot dump. That's way too low. How about a block too low, actually, even if I am jumping immediately? Seeing the horizontal distance there, though, makes me think that the horizontal placement of the edge of the bridge is not as much of a problem as I think it is. That's as long as I jump immediately from the icicle, I should actually be fine, even if I don't have good momentum. So it's probably okay. Just landing on top of the icicle in the first place is the challenge, and I don't really need to think too hard about changing directions. At least I hope not. Almost. But yeah, that's reachable even if you are going against the ice. I was going almost instantly there, it was just the placement of the landing in the first place that was a little bit too low, I think. Again, that's what the P-block is partly there to assist with. Okay, getting better at that. And I just needed a slightly higher curve there, I think. We're getting closer. But it definitely requires a bit of adjustment on the fly. Especially if you play as inconsistently as I tend to do. Nope. Sometimes you just know it's not going to happen. Alright, up we go. And here we are. Yeah, you also consider reset door. Not so much of an issue here, I don't think. Like, I don't mind this as a series of obstacles. I think it's more the locations earlier in the level where you kind of have to recognize that there's a required self-destruct. Like, that stuff is probably in greater need of something like a reset, if you were looking at that. And that's just the inherent risk of anything that has a required power-up that can be easily dropped or reobtained. That required self-destructs are just kind of inherently difficult to design around. And often it's intuitive enough that I know a lot of people won't really bother to tidy that up. But yeah, there I'm just kind of curving into the icicle too soon. I feel like I have the height, but that reading the icicle timing is the thing that is throwing me off. Yeah, it's always a bit of a balance. I know that in one sense, resets don't necessarily feel traditional. I mean, in the absence of a reset door, it can always be something like a bit of a, you know, time-sensitive obstacle or element that works as a safety net. Be it with donut blocks, falling platforms, you know, some kind of minor challenge that gives you a chance to recover. It's more that, you know, to the extent that reset doors don't feel traditional, self-destructs definitely don't feel traditional. And that's... Obviously, people have a different level of tolerance for that as players, and as I said, functionally, it doesn't really matter that much if you're in an obvious position where you don't need to make too much of a judgment call, but like if you're just sort of obviously dead, like I was earlier. Like, it's not a severe issue, but it's definitely one thing that can be hard to balance around in terms of, you know, how to make it feel traditional while getting the central mechanic that you want, right? It's one of the things that makes a mechanic like this challenging. Without having something like, you know, a constant forward motion or an auto-scroll or a Kaizo setup or anything like that. Like, without something that kind of just forces a death all the time. Like, when you have the player given the flexibility to go back and forth in many places, like in a traditional level, it is tricky to sort of get that trade-off between allowing resets and avoiding self-destructs, so... I know that the purpose of the coins here is to kind of encourage me to straighten out my jump before I turn towards the icicle. Like, I do get that. I'm just not doing it well. Okay, let's try it again. There we go. Now let's not blow it. And take the win. So yeah, lovely decoration throughout as always. I like the use of the mushroom platforms to kind of decorate some of the ground as you go, like they're kind of the base of those columns rather than the top. And that was, I saw, a bit of a consistent visual feature that you had going on. And thank you so much for the level. Yeah, we managed to get it with some practice, so let's mark it as a win. Zach Divine, let's see another one. -1, The Break-In. Your revenge awaits you. This marks the start of a marvelous adventure. Okay, obviously we'll check the pipe. Just to see what's going on. Oh, that's a one-way pipe, okay. Looks like a bit of a hut here with a key that we're not going to use yet. This looks like it's going to require either Big Mushroom or P-Switch. Just going to check that for anything invisible, and we'll go back. Might as well. Anyway, Spike Ball is going to knock all that out. Yeah, I guess visually it sort of matches in some ways. It's like you're going to the backside of the house with the same tree and all that, and then obviously I am supposed to jump on Lakitu over there. Let's check everything here first, since we guessed it initially. Okay, nothing. So I was correct to proceed directly. And we'll grab the barely concealed key. And let this go. Now, it'll be safer for me to attempt to steal the cloud from up here. Here we go. Anything? Just the arrow. And the 50 coin, and potentially something up here? Nope. Okay, just a 50 coin then. Yeah, nice way to do that though. As a small bonus for bonus's sake. And here's a door. With skulls on it, so it's going to be a mini-boss right in 1-1 right away. I noticed that you can go up immediately. We're going to do that. And then continue in this segment over here. Let's take this opportunity to... Whoop. I don't know if stomping this guy's going to get me a second key or anything like that. We should try it, just in case that does anything, but apparently not. We should also check the pipe once I have the opportunity. Nope. Checkpoint. Notice that the key is only obtainable before checkpoint, so let's try not to die so I can see what the key is for. This is exit only. If it is an exit, naturally we will try the optional content. Luca, welcome. Okay. Key door is over there. We don't know what this guy's gonna drop on me. Let's try not to die, though. There we go. If we have power-ups, that would be great. Oh, we also have an additional cloud. So we can take our time here without worrying too much about losing it. Clouds, I believe, are timed from their pipe spawn, so let's let this expire first. And grab the other 50. And probably have a spike ball knock all of this out eventually. Unless these key doors here are just cosmetic until we flip to another side. Alright, once again, let's try not to lose the key. And I do not have a fire flower. At that point, it looks like you're expected to have one. Probably through keeping progressive power-ups, I would guess. Notice, too, the bomb, which... well, I am not able to break that right now, so let's... the bomb would be usable mostly for the 1-ups down here, only if I'm able to kick it over, which I'm unable to do because I cannot break the bricks. Unless you had the bomb destroy this and then you came back and respawned another bomb, then you can come down here and do that. But let's get this first and not assume too much about how things are going to go. Likewise, this is the bottom here. Looks like that would be depending on a P-switch, perhaps. So let's not deal with the hammer. That would be trouble. A lot of trouble waiting to happen. And Mang, welcome. Let's skip that guy. Can we grab another cloud? Oh, look at that. Bombs everywhere. I bet we can lure the spikes in such a way that allows everything to break wide open, which isn't really going to do anything for me here, except for taking out the hammer. And are the spike balls going to crack? No, they're not. So, did they actually accomplish anything? It seems not. Except for getting me this without the use of the bomb. Okay, that helps. And actually, aren't I in a different zone here? Let me check that question block, which has not been hit in this version. Oh yeah, I guess the spike ball, if it were somehow deflected, would have been able to roll down to the right side under the blaster. Let's slide in here and not die. Obviously I'm tempted to check this. Mang, thank you for the submission, and I'm sure we'll be able to crash against that baguette a little bit more today. I did see that you had a new version of it, in fact, so... Okay, here's another checkpoint as well as a boss door. Obviously we'll grab this. Can't really see what's down here. I don't think I'm able to hit any of these question blocks without a cloud. Oh no, yes I am. Oh, and there's a key door, so we will spend a key at this point. Okay, that's all it is. That's your reward for having made it this far without the use of the checkpoints. That's okay, that's a neat little bonus, even if it's not going to be too consequential to our run here. Just need to hit that a few times, I think, and we'll be out of here soon enough. I like the kind of escalation of this fight when it comes to having a different series of Koopalings drop in. That's kind of neat. Like, it's tuned to be fairly easygoing, and at the same time... And we've got the infinite P-switch here. At the same time, lots of variety in every phase. So... But yeah, nice and easy level like the last one, but with a lot going on mechanically. A lot of stuff to play with. And notice the yellow pipe at the end. Once again, we know that we missed a fire flower at some point. I also didn't hit the block on the left side once the P-switch expired, so I guess we were pretty far from seeing everything that was available. But that just kind of teases you for a return trip, I guess. So thank you for that, Zach Divine. Let's mark that as a win. Ziggsy. Ziggsy, if you would like to check in, we'll get you in right away. I think you are online. Yeah. It's a boss test from Zach Divine next, but first we'll see something from Ziggsy. Ziggsy, if you have a particular recommendation, do let me know. Because, yeah, we couldn't finish the boss blitz. I got pretty close, but there's a troll here. There's powerful Mario versus powerful Bowser. Let's go with Larry's Moonbase, just to see your latest creation. Heavily guarded. Can you defeat him? We will see. Reach the goal after defeating all one Larry. Now we'll see if the clear condition actually matters, or if it's something that could alternatively be done with a key. But it tells you right away, though, that there will be no checkpoint due to the presence of a clear condition, so that's valuable information right off the start. So we'll just kind of maintain position in this auto-scroll, and fire comes in pretty consistent locations here, so we don't need to worry about that too much. This is also going to be a scrolling segment, except with the Bit of forward pressure on the way up. It is going to be one of these auto scrolls which has the lava level matched to scrolling speed, and so you're kind of constantly confined in the same frame over here. That's a bad idea. I shouldn't have gone for it. And so no fire flower for me anymore. And because it's a swimming segment, we could of course enter the pipe, which was an important thing to notice here. Now we had 3 exit doors down below and 4 doors to pick from, so let's... Oh, I see, it is pick a door, but a gentle one. That resets you instantly. Also notice that time is fairly short here, so we need to figure this out right away. Okay, so Larry is right at the gate. And we'll just try to bop him over here without getting squished by the blasters along the way. The swimming doesn't make it pretty gentle to reposition myself, so... There we go. Let's not get squished. And let's take the win. Yeah, the pick-a-door segment in the middle looks like it's just kind of there to burn time, but other than that, pretty solid, pretty quick and simple, so thank you for that. Let's mark that as a win. And Mang is going to be next. Ah, it's intended to be like a security system, I see. Alright, let's try not to spend an hour and a half on this like last time. But we will do it. And because I've been getting through levels so efficiently today, I am going to go pretty seriously for the clear, so... We'll see how long it takes to get over to checkpoint again. There was that really dangerous hammer section that I was very lucky to one-shot last time, so we can't rely on that. And yeah, see, Mang re-uploaded this one and made it a little bit easier. Well, I'm glad I could be the guinea pig for the original version. To see it in its purest form, which Luca absolutely aced last time as well, so... But yeah, I did notice it was a re-upload. And we'll see how it goes. It's gonna spin all the way. Okay. Nope, that was a bad idea. We'll take the death. Yeah, relatively easier is still easier. But we'll see how it goes when we get to some of the later segments. Whoa, no, I have to remember that I shouldn't always just get the highest bounce. But yeah, this is coming back to me at least, and isn't too much of a reading challenge to deal with. I mean, this level was always fairly clear to me, it's just that I made a fair number of mistakes along the way. Nope. I know that I had a method of sneaking under these last time. I just need to recover my preferred strategy. Some random viewer, I know the laws of relativity. Yeah. Well enough, I guess. I'm far enough from having done much in the realm of physics, other than the kind of practical physics that we see here in Mario Maker, that as long as we take care not to exceed the speed of light, I think we're generally okay. You know, otherwise we run into all kinds of time dilation that I would rather not deal with. No, I needed to keep them all. And, yeah, I remember this segment here. But yeah, block first, mole second, I think. Anyway. Let's get over here. And, yeah. A lot of the scientific literacy I used to take for granted in fields like physics have just kind of disappeared on me over time, where, you know, you kind of need to stay warmed up when it comes to that as well. And whoops, there we go. And Luca, you're going to request a character change. I don't need to ask who. We just find a good position here to bring up the pigtails for the next attempt. That was a bad idea. Let's get Toadette into rotation right away. Zolaking, welcome. Okay, let's pop this. And that. Zolaking, yeah, I'm able to take a troll level, for sure. In fact, so right now this level might take me a little while to get through first, but because the queue is short, I should have enough time later on to playtest the troll level properly. Like, I don't know if I'd be able to stay on it for over an hour or anything, but I'd be able to flow through it enough to give it a decent look. Sometimes, if a troll level is taking me particularly long, I might have to kind of do it over multiple submissions. That's happened in the past, but I'm perfectly willing to take them. That was a bad idea. Once again, I do need to remember to grab that first. And yeah, so Zolaking, thank you for a very me level. I may actually close the queue soon just to make sure we have enough time to get through this plus one submission plus a troll. That could actually take up the rest of the stream. But we'll see how things go. Whoops. And yeah, we already spent way too long learning this level last week, and I didn't beat it. I got past checkpoint, but I didn't get the clear. I got very close to the end, actually. I think I was one jump away from succeeding the last time I played this. But I was just on it for so long that we had to move on, so. Today, we are still in the first section. Just a matter of recovering some of the strategies that I had for it previously. And there we go. Yeah, getting the short bounces was part of it. I was much more willing to get short bounces the last time. You know what? No, this is wrong. I'm supposed to bounce on top of that block. I don't need to hit it from under. I bounce on top of the mole and land on top of that block. It's a bit of a reach, but I remember it being a bit of a reach, where you have to catch the mole sort of at its peak and then get up above that block. smash it on top and then get over the next obstacle. So. Some random viewer, playtesting is extremely valuable. Very often, in order to finish something like a troll or a puzzle level properly, you do need to let streamers break it. Because if things can be broken, you'll notice that very often, as soon as you submit it to other players, they will find the bug in your level pretty much instantly, very often accidentally. I mean, most of what I do on the stream is playtesting, so... Let's get this done. And there we go. And up. Okay, once again, let's make better use of the short bounces. Try to catch the mole at its peak. There we go. Plenty of room, plenty of room. Nope, I need to not smash the first block because we need a shell to make its way over. And yeah, some random viewer, that's definitely not what playtesting is. Often the thing that we are looking for when it comes to playtesting a troll is just ways in which the logic can kind of break down. Also because so much of what makes a troll level work is all about fooling the player's expectations and taking advantage of their blind assumptions, right? And so you have to see psychologically if the player is actually going to make those assumptions or if they will just not be fooled. Or if they read the clues correctly, for instance, you know, if the clues towards the right path are properly signaled. There's tons of stuff that is very playtesting intensive when it comes to troll design. Okay, oh, nope, too close. Yeah, you really do have to get a nice curve underneath that spiny. Yeah, because certainly I've had a lot of, not a lot, but I've had a few people submit trolls to me in the past where I was able to spot the secret exit right away before even going through the maze or uncovering any of the clues, and it's kind of important for the creator to see stuff like that, just so they have a good sense of how well disguised things are and how easy it is to break their intended sequence. And that's true of puzzles as well in a sort of different sense, like whereas a troll kind of relies on understanding how to counter a player's intuitions, a puzzle level is much more about properly communicating, like positive signals about where a solution is going, for instance. And because it's something that's psychological that depends on other players, like it's not always going to be a series of elements that you're going to pick up yourself through working in the editor, so. Like, I'm not a particularly regular troll player, but because I play lots of puzzles, I think often you have a lot of troll makers who find it valuable to get me to screen a creation, because then they get a good sense of how that communication with the player is going to go, so. And Zolaking, yeah, that's a very good way of describing it. That is like debugging code. And it's not just finding bugs in the code necessarily, but sort of... it's almost kind of like interface testing, in fact, where it's not just about whether things are mechanically functional, although with tricky troll setups, obviously that is going to be the case. But it's also about kind of playing against human behavior that you're just not going to see until you witness it in action. So yeah, there's sort of a debugging element to it, but also I think sort of a user experience design element to it as well that is much more subjective and unpredictable. Okay, let's get a nice, good curve. Oh, no. Still too close. It's a very easily understandable obstacle, but one that requires you to be quite precise. You also can't break two blocks beside each other because then the spiny shell will not be able to make it over to the on-off switch. So you pretty much need to leave one-tile gaps, and you need to get down towards those one-tile gaps very carefully. That's the way around that. Anyway, let's put the hammer. Yeah, I feel like in terms of my own personal habits that I'm using short jumps a lot less than I was the last time I was playing this. And so that's why some of the timings feel unfamiliar to me. That this time around I'm using the high jump quite a lot more often. Oh, nope, too much of a smash. Yeah, that's definitely a tricky drop. But yeah, as far as testing goes, in general, it's a good sign when people are trying to make their levels better and cleaner. And so in those cases, I think we try to give some valuable feedback whenever possible. Okay, we get within mole range, and then we go. There we go. Yeah, nice high bounce to get the mole. Plenty of airtime. Nope, too close still. That's still a very tight corner to estimate. Yes, some random viewer, I know exactly how to do the part that I keep dying on. I'm just inaccurate about it. I'm just slightly too far to the left. And sometimes I'm slightly too far to the right when I hit the spiny, so I'm not very accurate right now, but I do know exactly how it's supposed to go. Okay. Oh, look at that. I actually skipped a bunch of those blocks from the way I approached them from the side. Nope. Yeah, it's a very tricky curve. It's not going to be all that flexible because you basically need to hit the second block from the left and you need to hit it dead center. Like, you can't have any inaccuracy in either direction. And so I just haven't been able to do that successfully yet. But we'll see. I mean, there's a lot that I can do to, oops, fix my jump control there, so. It probably is easier than I'm making it look, yes. There may be something to my jump height that I'm not adjusting very well around, so. King Tony, welcome. Thank you for Jungle Run Airship. We might take a while to get to you, but thank you for submitting anyway. Because currently we have a more difficult level, and we'll have a troll later that might take a bit of time, but we'll hopefully see you before too long. Whoops, no. Yeah, that was bungled. I mean, once you do get the mole to land, you can lead it off the edge like that, but ideally I do want to sneak underneath the way I've been doing it all this time. And there we go. Nope. Let's pop over there. And, oh, there we go. Then under the mole. Under the mole. Okay, here we go again. Nope. Still inaccurate. Yeah, because I'm basically trying to drop far enough that I'm not going to run into Spiny, but then I'm trying to go right away, and currently I think my drop is too far to the left, but the spacing is going to take a little bit of practice to figure out. Even when I passed it the last time I played this, I don't think I had a very consistent way of doing that anyway, so it doesn't really feel like I figured it out. But we'll see. Pay attention to the arrow. Oh, yeah, no, I needed to drop the Spiny first. That's right, that's right. You know, Luca, the thing is, I don't think I even did it that way last time. I think I actually went directly under. Now that you mention it, I don't think I actually did it that way. And, oh, the part was changed. Okay, that's probably why I didn't read it that way, was because I was still trapped with old habits. And thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, so Luca, no, that's exactly why I didn't read it. I was just so accustomed to doing it the other way that I didn't even consider that it was modified. And yeah, Gorilla Hug will hopefully get to you soon enough. We have a short queue in terms of the number of levels, but some of the levels are expected to be a bit long, so let's not do that. Let's not kill it. And yeah, so Gorilla Hug will hopefully get to yours before you have to leave. And let's pop this. Okay, let's duck under. You're in for the ride? Perfect. But yeah, I pretty much always... Whoops, no. That was wrong. I need the shell to... Drops a guy. I do need to kick it over, I think. I'm saying I pretty much always finish the levels that do get submitted to me before closing, so it just might be a long wait. But we'll do it. You watched the stream for 7 hours for a guy to play your level? Well, then you will be perfectly at home over here. You'll be a good cultural fit for the way I run things on this stream. Okay, let's get over here. Let's fix that up. Yeah, because if I drop the spiny shell first, then I am required to kick it manually, aren't I? And then not... well, we'll see how it goes. Still have to see how that's going to go. Nope, I can't bop it. I really have to avoid it and go for the coins on the left side right away. I just haven't been getting a good timing there relative to the one-way panels directly above my head. I was expecting to have a bit more airtime, and that was not the case. And yeah, Highland Red seems like he would be exactly the kind of streamer to do that. Highland Red put in a lot of time to speedrun the last level that I created for 6YMM last year. So he's a good friend of this stream. And it's been nice to see him come back and run some marathon viewer streams lately. Okay. Okay, we'll activate them all. Sneak underneath. And here's the moment of truth. We need to go left right away, and then I'm getting in a little too low now because I need to kick the shell from the left. Possibly when it's still in the air, given the coin trail. And if I kick it in midair, then that gives me enough time to land back on the platforms down below. Have I heard of the Irish Fundama cheese? I have not. I can't say I know my cheeses all that well. And okay, let's do that. Okay. There we go. Now it feels much smoother. That does feel much easier than the way it was originally designed. It's just that I needed to do it properly first. Anyway, here's the mole bit over here. We do need to open up some space. And continue. And here's the hammer depth zone. Actually not that bad when you look at it. Nope, that was bad. Yeah, because the hammers kind of throw at you in an alternating pattern if you approach them with the kind of speed that I was going at in terms of spawning them into view, so there actually was a very clear safe zone when going from one to the next. It's like putting cheese and milk in a blender. I should pay attention to the mole here. There we go. Almost lost to thinking about cheese. Which, in a Mario context, happens more often than you would think. Okay, let's blast this. Go over here. Push. There we go. Feels so much better. Okay, mole segment over here. There we go. Then bop. 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 Yeah, pretty generous timings all around. And, oh, no, we lost. But yeah, glad we got that segment somewhat fixed up, at least. The timing on that spiny drop actually feels very intuitive once you understand it. In terms of when to crank left and when to crank right, that is, I think, going to be a fairly easy pattern to reproduce once I get back into that spot. Like, once you find the timing, I think I shouldn't have too much trouble keeping it. And we'll test that right now. Like, once you know that it's going to be the mid-air hit on the spiny shell. So yeah, the trick to the hammer segment is just to get a consistent rhythm going in that direction so you can spawn them in consistently. Whoops. And have kind of an evenly spaced position on when they fire the hammers at you, because then you can spot where the safe zone is going to be. Okay, pop this guy and let it go. Luckily, this is feeling a bit smoother. A lot smoother. Okay, let's clear some space. Nope, bad timing. How do you spell Wiesenheimer Hymen? I don't know what that is, I don't think. But let's go back over here. And yeah, we're slowly getting better at this. Very slowly. Whoops, nope, I have to remember the pattern that we've established. Yeah, some random viewer, I'm not sure if it's something I should know. Maybe it's something obvious that has slipped my mind. while I'm streaming, which does actually happen fairly often. Anyway, let's bump the thwomp. Okay, fairly smooth. And then the moles. All within the box that you activate when you land dead center in that location. Okay, that was risky, but we got it. Let's blow up as much as possible over here, and up we go. That was also made much easier, I think. Unless I'm confusing it with some other segment later on. Oh. Let's let this guy make it over. But yeah, having the mole in that position with the Podoboo on the track, that seemed much more lenient than whatever it was the last time. Anyway, there's checkpoint. We'll open up some of this stuff and catch the next ride. And yeah, that timing I remember having a little bit of trouble with, so glad we managed to catch that immediately. Nope, I needed to get on top of that cannonball. A wise man was broke one time, so he was considered broken? Okay. Yeah, I don't know if that's supposed to be a multilingual joke. Now I have a timing problem on my hands. There we go. Yeah, pretty much needed to go immediately there. We had a good timing earlier, but it looks like we still have some work to do. I know from experience that I actually want to knock out the block underneath, so I have a bit more room to work with a better curve than what we demonstrated here, of course. Yeah, some random viewer, I thought you were trying to make a joke that required German or something. No, I was out of range of the cannon. I think I scrolled too far, so let's redo it. That's not a hard element. I think we can sort that out fairly quickly. Let's open up some space. Let's keep some platforms. There we go. Yeah, you want to stay directly on. That's what the coins are partly suggesting. That you don't want to be fooling around with the timing there too much. Okay, and then series of short bounces. Aha, this guy. There we go. Gonna whip all of this stuff from the side. Nope, missed. Yeah, I probably should have taken that a little bit more cautiously, but I thought I had the opportunity there to go straight down, and that was actually going to be a workable timing, except I just kind of messed up the drop at the last minute. So, pretty good chunk of progress all of a sudden. I think we're in decent shape. Especially now that the clarity of this timing seemed more apparent to me, but as you can see, I wasn't quite right. Partly because it depends on the firing pattern of the cannon when I do the drop, so I can't just blindly go into that without thinking about when the last cannon shot was up to that point. Unless it resets immediately when the cannon is repositioned. I didn't think it did, though. I think I do need to be mindful of the timing there. Yeah, as you can see, not really getting that. I think maybe I'm not getting the high bounce, though, so... We'll see, because I feel like the coins were encouraging me to just go straight up at that point. I was holding down the spin button the whole time, so I don't know what I could have done differently. Yeah, I may need to kind of go back and forth and scout this timing after all. Although possibly it's built with the expectation that I just move towards the cannon left or right as soon as possible without any delay when I spawn that column in, so... If that is the case, we'll just need to account for it. Yeah. Another one? Yeah, there we go. I am kind of watching when the previous cannonball disappears, and maybe I can calibrate my future timings around that instead. Oh, whoops. That should have been easy. Yes, you're perfectly welcome to follow me, King is Cool. Welcome to the stream. I mean, I'm not going to tell people that they can't follow me. It's entirely up to you as a user on this platform. No, too soon. And I also blew up too many blocks, so... Anyhow, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I will definitely be closing the queue by the end of this level. I don't know if I'll close right away since things are still fairly short, but we'll see how we do. If I'm really crashing against this for a while, we'll definitely close soon. There we go. Nope. Thought I was going to catch that timing, and that was obviously a poor estimate. And yes, King is Cool. It is totally about drive. Absolutely. And also power. One mustn't neglect power. So yeah, when the previous cannonball kind of approaches the top line, that's when it's an appropriate time to approach the cannon column. So I think I do have a potential method for it, and awful timing. talking is cool. You're telling me that it's about power, you stay hungry, and you devour. Well, yeah, I mean, there's only so much you can do on an empty stomach. I'm probably more or less certain that's supposed to be a song lyric or something that I'm just not picking up on at the present moment. This is an awful timing. I will be nowhere close, having eliminated most of that platform. We need to not blow up everything on the way over if I'm going to depend on a second bounce rather than the first cannonball that's made available. Yeah, let's not destroy too much. Oh, no, I missed. Hesitated a bit too much that time, and forgot my own advice about watching the cannonball approach the top line. Yeah, it certainly feels like with the coin marker placed the way it is, that it is supposed to encourage you to just kind of maintain position directly after hitting this block, but I just couldn't get that to work consistently. So I'd rather use this secondary method. Okay, there we go. Gonna get that right away, which is nice. Nice and clean. Oh, that's an unfortunate intersection. We hadn't run into that very much. Okay. Nope, too soon. Yeah, I do see what you're talking about, some random viewer, about being able to land on a cannon next to a saw. I am not a precision player. I do not trust myself to get that with any consistency. I'd rather not try it. But yeah, I know from having playtested things that that is available, but precision is not my strength. I'd rather not mess with that too much. We'll just adjust our jumps and watch the top line instead and just keep it to the current method. It's not foolproof, but it works. Here we go. So after that, we need to deal with blue spike top at the end, and blue spike top didn't give me too much of a problem last time. We'll just try to target it a little more accurately. It is a pretty fast-moving obstacle. I did find an adjustment strategy last time in terms of just kind of catching it on a certain cycle and adjusting my way forward, but if I can find a consistent position to watch as my cue for that timing, then we'll be in much better shape. And no, I think this method works. I just need to be careful about watching my timing and not destroying too many blocks. I think my current method is fine. Whoops. Okay, short jumps. That was a little bit close to the edge. Now let's wreck as much as possible here. Wreck all the way to the right. Yeah, this is always really satisfying, that timing over there. Okay. No, I need to suspend myself for an additional block. That was too soon. I was hoping the spike top, the blue spike top on top of the blaster would be available sooner, but I wasn't accounting for low gravity. I just need to leave more blocks open in that position and allow myself to punch through that way, so. Okay, let's hit... Oh, whoops. One of these at a time. I was about to make it over. Maybe I got momentarily distracted. But yeah, I'm feeling good about this level, despite how long we've taken. I think we're not in bad shape. The blue spike top on the circuit is probably the thing I'm most worried about right now. But everything else, I feel like Whoop's got a good thing going for, as long as I don't under-adjust horizontally when trying to go around that cannonball column. And yeah, Meng, I was definitely getting a little bit bullied there. No doubt about it. Okay. Let's watch the top line and go. Nope, too soon. Yeah, one additional adjustment there with a short bounce would have been great. Yeah, part of it is that I was standing quite close, and I need to adjust for the fact that I was standing close. Whereas my timing for that earlier was kind of based around a longer distance as I traversed away towards that obstacle. Do I have enough distance here? Yes, I do. This has always been pretty readable, so no worries there. This is, as I said, the main thing that concerns me. And we got it. Carve our way through here. And question block is optional, so let's leave enough space to catch this guy. Then, no, I hit too many blocks. Oh, no, I didn't actually. I was expecting it to sink, but it can actually travel through 2 blocks because of the low gravity. I didn't expect that. I thought I was required to only leave a 1-tile gap. PPCo, welcome. And PPCo, thank you for the submission. It might take a little while to get to you today. I know the queue doesn't look long, but we are taking our time on this one, and we do have a troll later that might take some time, but we'll hopefully get to you before you have to go. And we're getting closer on this guy. Still a little bit worried about the final gate. in whatever form it now takes. Whoa, no. Poor estimate there. I am going to close at this point. Let me just adjust the stream title and information just to reflect that fact. And let me pull up the list just to see what we are dealing with. And yeah, anybody who is already in queue, I should be able to get to you today. I would expect to. But at least with 5 submissions remaining, we have a reasonable shot at not taking forever. And yep, there we go. And yeah, some random viewer, thanks for your patience. As you can see, I don't really run viewer levels with a hard time limit. It often depends on the levels as well as depending on my progression through them. So, but this one, I'm past checkpoint and I think I have a reasonable shot given what I've seen. I just need to make a couple of corrections here. Like the clear rate going into this was, I think, a 0.76% or so, and so that's kind of in line with expectations when it comes to how long I expect to take. When it comes to a level that's at about that difficulty bracket, so. Definitely no surprises on that score. I feel like that's way off. No, I got it. Yeah, I kind of messed this up, but we got it. My usual pattern was not exactly right there. Nope, I thought I could make an adjustment there and catch the shell a little further to the right. Audio is gone. Thank you for letting me know, Luca. We're going to fix that right away. We had that happen at the beginning of the stream as well, so just give me a moment. Yeah, some random viewer, I don't know why your code would be gone unless it didn't get accepted in the first place. Because I don't think I saw you manually remove it or anything, so. Because I didn't do anything that would have messed with that, I don't think. Well, didn't expect to actually hit that. That was unfortunate. And the Gorilla Hug, that seemed like it was a particularly stinky fart to require a message highlight. You know, just in case we couldn't smell it already from all the way over here. I'm way out of position in terms of having the cannonball on screen. And yeah, Zola King, the diagonal spin jump hits, like when they are part of an intended sequence, they feel extremely fancy. When they happen by accident, well, things could go better. Okay, let's be a little bit more cautious here. Let's grab an additional one. And there we go. Nice high bounce over there is going to get me to the mole right away. That cleans that up. Let's be really careful with this guy. And there we are. That was a bad idea. I should stay up on the top level a little bit longer. Okay, that wasn't quite right. Some random viewer, can you say poo-poo in here? Yeah, you can. I don't have a particular problem with it. And Gorilla Hug, definitely looking to see your comedy routine in action. Timing is way off once again. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not far from the end, but as I discovered from experience the previous time I played this, I did die to the gate at the very end of the segment. At least in its previous form. There we go. Yeah, at least I do have a timing method for that thing now. The rest is just accuracy. Nope, that was a poor adjustment. And Gorilla Hug, you're saying you were always the joke in your family? Zolaking, thank you so much for the subscription. Zolaking, remind me afterwards that I should actually pull you in with sub next. Because the queue does not handle that manually for people who are newly subscribed. Doesn't handle that automatically, rather. Whoops. Yeah, but thank you so much. And let's get a couple more hits in. No, that's a total miss. You see, Gorilla Hug, if you were just joking about being the Joker, you're still the Joker. And Batman wins in the end. Okay, let's... Nope. That's wrong. Nope. Once again, I was just trying to pull back before the yellow block, and I didn't go at all. Okay, that worked a lot better. And that did not. That was slightly off. And yeah, some random viewer, I don't know if you've been trying this out yourself. You're quite welcome to, of course, if you haven't been grinding away at it already. No, it's mostly the blue spike top that is the main concern here. Most other things are avoidable mistakes that I just need to be a little bit more careful with. Oh, there we go. There we go, and forward. But yeah, this blue spike top here I actually have trouble with, for sure, so let's open up all the space we can and just make sure we judge its speed a little bit more accurately. And then we are through. Okay, now let's not break too much. And let's not break too much. There we go. This should be the final gate. And you thought it was over 50% in the final spike top? Well, we made it. Luckily, even if you do hit the pokey at the end, you can still reach the gate, so... Gorilla, how long will it take for your level? Let's take a look at the current list. Like I said, I do want to give Zoliking the sub-privilege first, especially because we've played a couple of Zack Divine's levels already, if that's okay. Gorilla Hug, I don't know if King Tony is still here, because I think they may have dipped. So Gorilla Hug, you might be relatively close. Because Zack Divine's levels have been pretty short so far. So we will go with Zoliking first, after we mark this as a win, and thank you for all the GGs. And then we will see how things go from there. But it shouldn't take too long, I don't think, although Zoliking did warn me that a troll is going to take potentially an hour to flow through, which is kind of an expected median length for a lot of trolls, so let's check the current code and pull up a very me level. And Meng, once again, thank you so much for this one. Also, let's check the comments. I guess Mario can't pirouette like Toadette. That's a very serious compliment coming from Salt Lake, who is a maker of hard platformers. Yeah, Zoliking, worst case scenario, I just spot a troll exit right away by guessing, which has happened. But we'll see. I mean, I haven't really been given that many trolls lately, actually. So we'll see how we do when I'm a bit out of practice. And you're saying that when I can, I don't necessarily ask if I should. My farewell to trolls. Alright, let's have fun. Gorilla Hug, how evil can your submitted levels be? Well, that's up to you. I mean, if I'm really not having a good time with it, I won't necessarily grind away for that long. Or if something feels like way outside my skill level in terms of being able to refine my way through, I won't necessarily stay on it, but I will leave that up to your judgment. So yeah, that allows you to go up right away. Obviously, it's kind of baiting you into thinking that the mushroom would be able to get you past this guy here. P block is also going to open that up. Theoretically. Theoretically. Ah, okay. If you are holding the dash button on the way down, then the POW drops like that. And then you can release like that. That was kind of accidental, almost. Dropping the POW and, yeah, if the muncher drops, then you can still get the kill on it. Well, we'll kind of figure that out with some further refinement. We activated something. That doesn't sound good. Let's go all the way over here in case there's some kind of activation on the icicle up top. Doesn't look like it. And so the on-off switch is going to release the blaster on the left side. Let's get out of here in case. There we go. I feel like getting the flower might be a bad idea, but... Ah, I see. Icicle drop is going to do that. I actually need to intercept the icicle then. Next time we are here, because intercepting the icicle will unblock the door and still leave me in a mushroom state. We were wondering if an anti-troll underwater RNG level is good enough. Yeah, I won't necessarily get the clear on that Gorilla Hug, but I certainly don't say no to trying things. Like, if I really feel like I won't get a clear, then I just won't stay on it that long, but... Okay, so far so good on that, I think. Let's make sure we get this, and then intercept, and get in here before the icicle respawns. We are now in a mushroom state, which is important because it allows me to go over here and get into this door. Also notice that if I have invincibility frames, potentially I can make it up the red pipe. That's laughing at me. And that doesn't seem like it's going to give me anywhere to go, so... It may be death unless there is something to stand on, and there isn't. I didn't really watch my entry into that room very closely, so we'll figure that out somehow. I don't know if there would be any point to taking the trampoline with me. I think the idea is that you can't because you only have one opportunity to grab the POW, and that grabbing the POW requires your hands to be free, and so that would be what precludes you from taking the trampoline forward. That, like I was just saying, that was an accident. Anyway, let's try it again. Yeah, that seems okay so far. No real adjustments to make. Now we'll move to intercept. Go down here and then try to enter the red pipe. Nope, nothing. So it looks like there is an on-off activation that we are supposed to avoid. I don't see how to avoid it just yet. Possibly the coins have something to do with it. In terms of being within range of some kind of remote activation. Whoops. Oh, I accidentally got bumped. Okay. Hang on. Here we go. So yeah, let's pay attention to what the activations are going to be like in this room, because I currently don't really see. Is it the coin? It isn't. But you do need to knock out the blaster. And if you knock out the blaster, then you are kind of forced down. Because it's the on-off switch at this position that's going to knock it out. Which kind of indicates to me that I'm supposed to get dunked, because if I'm still in the off state, I don't actually have a way through. So I think I was supposed to go to that thwomp room unless there is a way to run across this. We had already checked the pipe. And we'll see, possibly the coins were misleading and we just needed to go straight, and there was maybe something else that prepared the activation, but we will have to try that. You're saying there's an invisible block with a boost circle in the chute. Trying to look at this and determine which location you mean, but let's just do this first. And then... yeah, no, I think I just need to gun it to that door and figure out the thwomp room a little bit differently, because I just don't see a way across right now unless there is a way to spawn something like a spike ball that'll kind of cross. Ah, here's something to consider. If I break both icicles by running into them, possibly you would get something like a spike ball spawn that would get you across. I haven't considered just breaking the icicles and seeing what happens. Because previously I tried to enter, and that was unsuccessful. But I feel like if that's a pipe spawn of something like a spike ball, that would be a potential solution. Gorilla Hug, didn't we determine earlier that I had not had that cheese? I feel like I had answered that, unless you were asking about a different cheese that sounds almost exactly the same, but... So, I didn't get a chance to knock this out, which... yeah, because if I'm invincible... well, regardless of not breaking that, unless I'm able to keep the fire flower into that area, which I don't suppose I can. So maybe we should just gun it over to the thwomp room again, like we did earlier, and just take a second look at it in case there was an interaction there that I missed. Okay, I didn't really get a good look at this interaction on the right side again. It looks like it is bombardment. That's... like, I don't know if it's a power-up check or some other check. but that the bomb there matters, and that possibly you need to kind of intercept that interaction somehow by triggering something else, but currently I do not see it. So we have a couple of theories so far. I actually wonder if I hit the P-switch now and then well, I can't actually go below, so never mind. One thing that is kind of changing between attempts is the E-switch expiry, potentially. Also just my general positioning over here, although I think it's pretty clear to me that fire is meant to come across. Is there something I can do with the fire flower? Here's something to consider. No, I do need the ability to take damage if I'm dropping into the next room, but... And invincibility frames will not preserve past that point, right? The spike ball here goes right. If I jump across immediately... I wonder if I can get the spike ball to go left. Because if I can get a spike ball to go left, then we are able to get into the next room with the fire flower. You absolutely love how my mind works the exact opposite way from 99% of the people who play this. Well, that is what playtesting is for. Okay, let's do this. And then... Nope. Yeah, that was not a good idea. Let's see, there's nothing else I can interact with here. There was a mole up top for the muncher drop, presumably. Which actually tells me that maybe there's something positionally that I can manipulate. And I'm not really progressing that much at this point. Because I haven't found the adjustment that I need to make yet, but... Yeah, maybe I just need to outrun the bomb in the thwomp room later. Because let's say I kind of peek up there and grab the fire flower like this. I can't actually move in this location, so we do have to go for it. One moment while I just take care of a moderation issue. And... sorry, I just need to take care of this for a sec. That's the thing about Spamboss with names that are difficult to type. Yeah, so I wonder if there's anything different I can do here. Probably nothing involving knocking out the icicles. I only see this fast path over to the next room, but... Oh, there is a mole activation, as you can see, so maybe the mole positioning matters, because it looks like the mole is what's going to activate the switch rather than something else. But you do need this to get the blaster gate out of the way, so Yeah, so it looks like the mole is going to be the trigger here. But then does that imply that I can stop in a certain location? Let me think. We need to go back to inspect the thwomp room, I think. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. That was a bit of a belated interaction there. And it seems like it could have just triggered if I stood still. Oh, I don't know about that. Yeah, because it's the mole up top doing a bunch of stuff for me. Let's get down here. It is totally going fast, in fact. You just need to beat that, for sure. Yeah, I think I can actually beat the bomb drop on the other side. Whoops, I failed to consider that earlier. Okay, so sometimes the simple answer is potentially the useful one. Yeah, we have to catch that on the drop. We'll move over here quickly. I think the coins are almost supposed to be bait to prevent you from dropping down. Pick a... Okay, so the thwomp is going to get in position to hit the on-off switch, so we're going to pick something. Interesting burner up top that is suspicious. Naturally, we're going to go back up. Just to see if there's any kind of track change to look at. I don't think there is. Pick a CP. Ooh, interesting. So... now that is interesting. Because, okay, let's think about this. If you die at the checkpoint, if there's a forced death after the checkpoint, then the level resets to the on state. Since it resets to the on state, you would want to... Oh, notice too that the remaining pink coins up top are not actually obtainable, so they're used as a kind of entity blocking mechanism. Where the difference here is, do you get the coin before the checkpoint or do you get the coin after the checkpoint? If you get the coin before the checkpoint, then you're going to have some kind of entity limit difference only if you collect everything and have the key. However, if you get checkpoint before a coin, is the coin avoidable after that? Yeah, because I think... I mean, we need to try it one way or the other, right? But basically, we need to find a mismatch. And Ritva, welcome. We need to find a mismatch. If we grab the checkpoint in this location, in the on state, then we die, we respawn in the on state, but we respawn with 0 coins obtained. But then we would drop into this one immediately. However, if we enter this with 1 coin already obtained, then the next time we come back here, we swap the on-off state, but have 1 coin obtained. And that creates a difference between this run and the checkpoint run. So, I don't know if I explained that clearly, but It could be interesting anyway. It seems like the flow of this level probably requires you to explore both at some point. Interesting thing going in there with the boom booms. Oh, notice that it actually does give you more or less an equivalent position by triggering something entity-based off-screen to toggle the on-off switch. That's what's going on there, that something does move you, and so I think the idea should be that I might need to crouch. Am I able to get through here again? No, I'm not. That's good. Actually, I do want to take that hit. Ooh, over there. Was there some way to activate something on this side? I feel like I probably needed to not jump, but I do want to take a hit from the fish. I'm pretty sure that is going to be deliberate, so... Yeah, the fact that the key is unobtainable there, I think, is important. Interesting. Okay, so a lot of stuff is kind of time dependent here. Let's say we sneak. And then that's an awe, that's interesting. Indicating to me that I probably want to pick up the spring that we saw earlier. But what precludes me from flying? Probably just the distance here. Okay. Alright, that's fine. This is just for exploration purposes. But it looks like the idea here is that we actually want a spike ball to bust through some of this stuff. And then, yeah, there we go. That's important to know. Just for knowledge's sake. And this allows you to drop down. So, let's try to grab the Tanuki leaf and grab the spring that spawns on the right side. So the idea is, grab this, and then we face right. Grab that. Now, I don't know if the P-switch being active is going to matter here, but the idea should be that I place this in this location, then that bounces. Then that gives me the ability to get an on-off switch, assuming I duck into that. I don't currently know what the on-off is going to affect. Because we know that none of this stuff up top is accessible. I think it just opens up the pipe. Does the pipe spawn anything? It does not seem so. We also have the choice of whether to take the spring through with me. I'm going to try it without first. Wrong. CP, okay. Hint. Yeah, you want the on state down low, and then you want to hold the shell underneath a muncher. Okay, let's redo it. Yeah, you want the on state, you want to go up top, and the arrows make it look as though I want to try to miss the coin. It seems fairly critical there that I do miss the coin, in fact. Judging from the positioning. Okay, this should be fairly easy to recreate. It 100% doesn't matter if I get or miss that coin. Okay, so no entity trickery to deal with then. Okay, pick a CP. So I want the on state. I want to dash in. And then something about holding the beetle shell. The stroke over the muncher indicates to me that I should probably not hit that thing. Well, I see. So shell is over here. I see. Okay. So it's just a little bit time sensitive. You need to grab the shell quickly, drop down and come here, and then bust through here with the shell. Except I need to not wear the shell. It's critically important that I hold the shell into this location. For some reason, because it makes it look as though I need to use the shell as a helmet in order to bust through this, but I feel like that's a trick given the hint that we received earlier. Electro Dude, welcome. Notice the leaf that spawns to the right here as well. That seems to be a bit of a trick. Interesting. Entity limit is reached at this point. That I actually needed to wear the shell, I think, in order to do that. Or I needed to get rid of the piranha afterwards, perhaps? No, I mean, that does launch the launcher. So entity limit is reached. Oh, you are saying that something breaks the level. Okay. So this is a bug. Okay. Is there anything else that you want me to see if we're tapping out now? I mean, if it's a quick fix, I don't mind doing it again at the end if we have time after the remaining submissions. So yeah, we can exit now if we did actually find something that critically destroyed that path. Yeah, we'll see how we're doing for time. But this way I can get through some of the other submissions first then. So, yeah, Zola King, I'll just bump you to the back. If I'm able to do that. I might need you to resubmit, but that's okay. I'll go through the rest of the queue first, and if you're still here, we'll just get you in manually, probably. So let's just... because you'll need to give me a new code anyway, right? So I'll just reopen at the very end if we have time. Zach Divine, if you're still here, we'll do another level from you, and then move on from there, because then... yeah, it's going to be Zach Divine, King Tony, I believe, is gone, and then Gorilla Hug and PBCo. I do see Zach Divine on the online list, but if there is no check-in, we'll go to the next submission and just bump you back one spot, as is usually the case. I actually don't see Gorilla here anymore either, in fact, so it might be PPCo first, but we'll take a look. Let's bump Zach back one spot. Oh no, Gorilla Hug's still here. Okay, good. King Tony, I believe, is not here. But feel free to correct me if that's not the case. Don't see them on the list, but as we saw with Gorilla Hug just now, the list can be wrong. Gorilla Hug, let's pull it up. You said something about an underwater ante or something earlier. We'll try it. You know, something really vicious. We'll see how it goes. But anyway, Loop, you just got coconut mauled. Well, not yet. Not until it's patched into Mario Kart 8 later on in March. We haven't been coconut mauled in quite some time. Anyway, let's take a look. Okay, hold up. Interesting. Naturally, we're going to check a bunch of this stuff first. Because I don't follow instructions. Oh, that's interesting. What is that all about? Tells you that there is some camera constraint trickery going on here, because probably using custom scroll to freeze vertical position, since we are off screen, and I don't see anything to really manipulate though. Oh, there's a door. Hidden door. And it tells you to hold up. Okay. But then we can respawn here with a different camera position, and then that breaks something up top. Oh, you want me to play something else in your profile. Okay, that's fine. Have we exposed this already? I think we exposed it. Yeah, I feel like we were not supposed to break it that quickly. That's okay, let's do a different one if you really want me to. Which one would you like? Oh, you were asking for this one, weren't you? One fish, two fish, or red fish. D's nuts. Is this the one? I think you mentioned it earlier. Do correct me if it's not. Yeah, let me know, Gorilla Hug, what you would prefer. Play through this one? Yeah, let's do it. Multiplayer versus, I see. Somehow I don't know if I can take that on faith, but there's a jank setup. Well, we've got some underwater lighting going on here, as well as a thwomp that punches you in the face if you swim too slowly. Yeah, you just need to go quick, by the looks of it. And look at a jank setup through the door, okay. Okay, that's going to be a randomizer. The randomizer is going to give me a bunch of coins, but it looks like I probably can't progress from here. It looks like it's RNG, actually. It looks like it should be RNG. And, yeah, I mean, Gorilla Hug, we do things in extremes. We don't really respect the middle ground when it comes to playstyle. Let's check the left pipe. Everything looks like it's just going to dunk you here. There's the randomizer. The blaster is probably going to do pretty much the same thing for you over here, except to allow you through the gate, so... RNG was our friend this time. Lull, really. Oh, okay, so it drops me through. I can't actually pick up the POW, so that's important to know. And that's going to get me through this way. Here's the underwater ante that we heard so much about. And, well, let's see what we can do. So wait, if I understand you correctly, you wanted me to look at something in the previous level, like in the loop? I wasn't totally clear on which level you meant, so... Because I'm perfectly willing to go back to that one as well, because I don't know if I can get through this segment. But we'll see. Yeah, there was a lighting setup early. It shows you all that. It shows you that there's also the note blocks down below that I'll have to do something about. Okay, well, I'll make a quick attempt at this one first, and then we'll go back to... no, let's just go back then. Okay, if you want me to see it. But you wanted me to go through the door the standard way? Is that how I understood it? To see what things were supposed to behave like before I went up top? Like this door? And then it tells me aw, and then it drops me somewhere, right? Oh, because it's supposed to be something automatic, perhaps. Okay. The entire level shows hints that lead to the fact that I have to wait at the start. Okay. So I basically just skipped the hint, which is something I said would potentially happen. Oh, that's a nice little teleport trick. I've seen that before, and it's always neat. It's always fancy. And then wait at the start. Yeah. Yeah, the little teleport on the left side, that's always fun. And auto scroll kills you here, gives you the clown face. But yeah, let's take a look at this once again. We need to get on top of that platform, if I am not mistaken. Or, oh no, it told me to wait. Yeah, that's right. So it's based on a timer. There's a particular location here that we needed to use to enter the door. We'll see. I kind of got it by guessing earlier, so... The precise position is still kind of unknown to me. Yeah, the water level you're telling me was extremely brutal. I could get that for sure. Especially because there's an RNG gate in it. I mean, that's not even the hard part. You just need to reset through that. The soft lock part, though, the anti part rather, is tricky. Okay, so it's just on the left over there, and then something breaks on top. So yeah, everything scrolls down here. The thing that breaks on top... I don't know if that affects anything else critical here, like whether it prevents the platform from coming down, or if it gave me some other toggle that will affect what happens when I go through the door. Let's assume that it does. So it says aw. As you can see, there is an on-off switch at this point that was activated, which is why probably the platform earlier did not drop down through a track. And yeah, the P-switch drop, I have seen that. And it is, as I said, lots of fun. And then now we can probably enter something that we couldn't enter previously. P-switch is active. If the P-switch is not active, that opens up the pipe. I don't know if there's anything else accessible here, but we'll try it. And everything seems to lock you on the left side. I don't think there's enough room for a flag there, unless this is the flag. This is a flag. You even give me something that looks like a flagpole, so... And thank you for that. So let's mark that one as a win. I guess Coconut Mall does throw you for a loop. This is second and last call for Zach Divine. If Zach Divine is still here, I think they are gone. Gorilla Hug, I'm very fond of Hollow Knight. I think very highly of it. Had a wonderful time with it when I played it several years ago, back in 2018. I've been meaning to run it again, in fact, before Silksong. PPCo, if you're here, please check in and we'll do yours. And then we'll finish with Zolliking, because then we'll have ample time to run through to Troll if it has been fixed. So, yeah, we'll just wait for a check-in from PPCo. If PPCo is not here, then we will go directly to Zolliking's new code if you have it ready. I do see PPCo on the online list, but once again, it might be a bit dated, so... Zolliking, you're just finishing the clear check, okay. And yeah, Zolliking, if we're killing time until the clear check, I might as well see that mush level Gorilla Hug was talking about. I'm only going to do it until Zolliking is ready, though. Okay, let's try it. And yeah, Gorilla Hug, that's very much my playstyle when it comes to Metroid-style games. I do poke around a lot. You are mush? Yeah, let's do it. Six seconds, okay. Jump? Oh yeah, okay. It's mushroom control. Based on SMP2 in the night theme, so... Yeah. This concept is always fun. We've seen a lot of different variations on it. And... Whoops. Always pretty fancy to work with. I can already tell, Gorilla Hug, that you like camera trickery. But anyway, that's a quick goodbye. I just remain off-screen the whole time. I totally was mush. Zolliking, do let me know if you are ready. I will open up for Zolliking and only Zolliking. And if Biko was here, I'm still open to let you check in. Okay, Zolliking, you're going to be in. Let's close up once again and get back to a very me level. And afterwards, you'll have to explain to me what it was we broke there when we get back to that area and clear it the proper way. So this will probably be the last one we run. You didn't have time to test from CPU whether the ELB thing breaks in the same location again? Yeah, we'll take a look. Yeah, because it looks like the difference in whether the Shelmet was actually consumed might be relevant there, but I didn't really have a good memory for the visual clue for taking the Shelmet with you, so... Gorilla Hug, you're telling me something about hyperspeed globally loaded Bowser? Sounds wonderfully janky. Let's remember to hold up. It just said to hold the shell in the box. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, and then... So I don't exactly know why we broke the entity limit there. Because I wasn't tracking things that closely. But hey, that's what playtesting is for. ELB was filled in a spike ball to trigger... off. Yeah, no, I know that, Zola King. I just didn't know what filled the ELB. Like, I saw that it was something that didn't spawn from that box. And it didn't seem like an intended trap. We want to go up top. Whoops, no, I didn't want to do that. That's okay, we might as well see what the effect is. Okay, so you just put the icicle there, and then... Yeah, that's the issue with it, except you come through here, and then... Yeah, so I need to basically... get over to this location holding the shell. Why would I want to hold the shell? Unless the muncher somehow gets taken care of by a POW, which would be dependent on an entity change based on whether the shellman is active, and then POW, if it gets rid of the muncher, would allow me to fire the question block. Let's check it. Wrong, yeah. I am supposed to hold... am I able to take a death here? I don't think I am, so let's... redo. Yeah, that was a mistake. I meant to hold the shell. But I assumed that it would be something like an off-screen POW to take care of the muncher for me, followed by using the shell from that location. Yeah, we'll get out of the way of that spike ball and then drop in. Okay, there we go. Do the icicle drop over here. Do the other icicle drop over here. Carry it into this location. Wait. Then fire. That's a no, okay. No, we just needed to wait for the on-off activation there. The on-off activation allows me to just use the shellman as a point of damage, but have the on-off switch altered by the fact that I have not warned the shell up to that point. Okay. Understandable. We'll wait. And we'll go through. And then a bone shell, interesting. I think I have to take it. Now, would I want to do this? It's going to tell me no. I feel like whether you jump on this or not is going to affect something, like whether you go directly for the bone shell, because this might have spawned something below that alters something else later. Yeah, so you have a claw there and a fire flower. I wonder what the claw is about. But anyway, we'll come through here, we'll check this star, and then there's a muncher drop. Okay. So a couple of different things there that could easily be altered. Nope. Let's take the death, so we don't get locked. So yeah, definitely a couple of different branching actions there that are subject to variation. Okay, through here. Through here, I feel like we can go for the shell. Notice that the claw is still potentially a threat. This looks suspicious. Okay. And then let's not hit the star then. Oh, Muncher does still activate. You can get back on the vine after the Goom split there, so we'll see if we can sort out what to do. I guess the leaf is just there for in case you run straight ahead in this location, but a clue that we saw earlier seemed to indicate that everything here with the Shelmet is correct. Let's skip that. What if I go fast before the claw? It seems like there is a switch activation that happens at that point, and also, yeah, that the Muncher drops down with that switch activation. But that if the star is obtainable at that point, then I can have the Muncher get dropped first. And let's go down. Yeah, so it's either Muncher drop first, followed by grabbing a star to run across it safely, or beating the Muncher drop ahead of time, which... like, there is a switch activation for sure at that point. I don't know about that mushroom. It's telling me I do want the mushroom because I need to get through here, otherwise I can't. But that goes up to the red pipe. We'll see how that goes. Yeah, if I just kept the mushroom there, then that would have gone quite differently. Let's see if we can discern that. Okay. Let's hold position here, wait for the claw to come down so we don't speed through the Muncher bit here. Now, is there any particular reason why the mushroom would not be available past this point? Nope. And that's wrong. Okay. Wrong CP. Int. Well, that's going to allow me to get a little further. Ah, it's going to give me a different hint. So this is actually a twice that we backed out earlier before we saw additional hint rooms. Yeah, there was one attempt at least where I got into a hint room and we didn't see the hint, potentially because I thought it was the earlier room. Anyway, grabbing the leaf and then a spring under a vine. I don't see... Yeah. Well, yeah, because we had seen that in... some fashion. Let's try to retrace our steps here, because I don't really remember what I did, but we can probably figure it out somehow. Yeah, because it was the previous time that I had taken the correct checkpoint, but I got dunked into what seemed to be the wrong CP room anyway. You're telling me it was an earlier room and I was correct? I'm not sure what I'm correct about, that's the thing, because I've raised several possibilities at this point. So, whoops, we do see the leaf there, but we don't see an opportunity to grab a spring. Oh yeah, there's this bit here. Let's make sure we see what this looks like. Oh, okay, no, it just finishes in this location, okay. Interesting, that this hint tells you to go the other way. This wrong CP hint tells you to go the other way, but then we actually flowed through the previous bits and saw the whole leaf and trampoline segment, right? Oh, Pipico, I called you right before this one, and you didn't check in. So Pipico, it actually was your turn, but it seemed like you were AFK, so you're still in the queue. It's just that I skipped you temporarily since you didn't come in here. Pipico, if yours is comparatively short, since this stroll is going to take a while, I don't mind swapping to you first if Zola King's okay with that. If yours is short. Like, we're fairly informal about this stuff, to be honest. Because I know I tend to take a long time with people's creations. And it's short, and I played a rough draft of it already. Yeah, let's go through this attempt first. Yeah, sure. And we will come back to the Zola King. We will just swap your position. But we'll definitely come back to this one and continue it, since we are mid-test. Yeah, it's too bad that we don't have a lot of stuff like the bookmark site that was in the first game anymore. There is some data mining in the Mario Maker 2 API that's possible now, but I kind of wish it were easier to set up the queue in such a way that you can get faster or easier levels out of the way, so people are not waiting forever. Anyway, high wind warning, just mind signs and you'll be fine. That's 3 big coins, and you told me I had played a rough draft. I think I remember. I'm sure I'll recognize it when I see it. Yeah, so let's get in here, fight the wind, and head up right away in the propeller hatch. No, we need to wall jump first. And then push. Yeah, it is going to be NSMB, so it's going to be permanent wind. And that's something we have to keep in mind. Oh, I'm going to go straight past that platform, but luckily things are pretty flexible here. No, I wanted to get back to safety, and I just didn't account for how gusty the bluff was going to be, so. Anyway, let's pull back against the wind whenever the indicators seem to be indicating in that direction. That's going to be a loss. Interestingly enough, I feel like that actually was survivable. Because if you took a damage boost and just twirled your way through the other spike tops, the wind would be able to carry you to the next blue platform. I don't know if you could get enough height to pass it that way, but I felt like we could actually have tried to head over to checkpoint that way instead. Anyway, always fun to do this stuff quickly. Let's totally miss. And we missed the 10 coin down there. Okay, that was the other exit, I suppose. Yeah, I guess we missed the opportunity to go up to the top of the flagpole. If I take damage there, I think I just lose that. You know what, PPCO, since this is quick enough, I'm going to try to rerun it for the bonus stuff that we missed. Just to give it a quick try, since this is fairly straightforward. Oh, whoops. Let's redo it. Yeah, because when something is quick like this, I do not mind doing a bit of optional content. We'll see if we can set that up. And thank you for all the GGs. And that's fairly quick. Just the tutorial segment, basically. Yeah, we'll need to remember to go low at the end of that later segment before we exit out the pipe. First of all, let's hit this. Oops. And proceed. Nope, not like that. You do spawn directly on top of the propeller mushroom, so fairly clear how that's going to go. Nope. I do want to just wall jump directly there. That should be pretty clear. Yeah, I should have made a new attempt at that coin we missed just now, but that's okay. Whoops. Slightly too high the whole time on the way down. Yeah, that could have gone a lot better for sure. Okay, let's see how survivable this is. Probably not very. Not very. That's why the first muncher doesn't fly. So you can't just try to sneak under. Attempt to not get crushed. Anyway, always very satisfying to do that corkscrew drop. Let's work our way through here and take this. And we'll try to take the top of the flagpole as well. Oh, okay. No difference. It just gets you to 10 coin. That's fine. I bet we can get that if we just get up to the vines first. In fact, we just do it like this. That's okay. We'll still make it. Oh, no, we won't. I wonder, actually, if we... There we go. Almost. We were above the one-way panels. I think that counts. Moral victory. Thank you for that, PBCO. We'll go back to Zola King, and that will be the last thing we do today. No longer such an even number on the clear rate, but that's okay. We messed that up just slightly. Yeah, let's go back to the previous one. And we'll close with this as soon as we can. Once I work my way through it. Now, it seems like the hint series was supposed to kind of encourage you to go back and forth between both checkpoints from the start, and in doing so, see a different hint every time that would let you progress through the other side, which is why at least everything up to this point is kept fairly simple to execute. And so it looked like I did shortcut something earlier with the leaf and the spring. That potentially we missed a clue when that happened, but it did seem like the clue that we got that time pointed me towards proceeding this way, though, so... However, the last clue that we saw pertained to doing the whole leaf and... Oh, whoops. Do need to stay elevated here. And let's see. So I don't actually know what it is from this point. There was the spike ball, and we had seen that hint already, and it didn't seem like there was anything additional that I could do with it. If I did in fact read this hint, and I'm not totally convinced that I did. What do I take to spring with me here? I don't think that makes a difference. That allows you to survive one hit with a bomb. And then it's going to be hold the shell. Yeah, we saw this one already, so... Okay, so yeah, because that was supposed to be an intermediary clue before we did everything with the bone shell. So I just need to keep track of which clue is which. And yeah, because we basically went backwards by one clue that we had previously basically skipped before we saw the related hint. And so we'll just try to get our flow through the level back in order. Let me remember to hold up into Divine, of course. That's a rather important thing. I didn't skip anything. Okay, okay. No, because I thought I had figured out the leaf and spring clue independently, although maybe there was something in the clue room that was telling me about a different arrangement to use those items in that I didn't consider, and which would get me further along in progression in the leaf room. Oh, yeah. Let's mind that too. And that was brand new leaf and hint knowledge. Yeah, that's what I was about to say. That's I didn't read that carefully enough to see what that room was telling me the last time I saw it. I didn't read it carefully enough to look at the arrows and the other markers in terms of how to use those items, so... Right, because it was telling me about dropping the spring in a certain location to activate a vine, if I understand that correctly. And because the spring was supposed to be dropped in a certain location, and I didn't pay attention to what that was, so... Because there was some kind of lava drop that was associated with it. Let's go back and see that clue. And we'll just flow through it basically in a linear fashion, assuming I can... well... We need to take a hit now. Let's just take a hit elsewhere. Before we get trapped in a clue room. Yeah, it comes out on a parachute. That's why we were off-center with the shell several times before that. Anyway, let's proceed. Okay, yeah, you just need to go straight into that. No bounce or jump or anything. And not get hit by the cheap. So this stuff so far we understand. We just need to see the actual hint this time and read it properly. Ah, okay. So the spike ball goes down, and you're looking for the two white blocks that are a few spaces over from the donut. It seems like it's telling me that I need to use the leaf to whip something. Possibly even whipping the spring as it comes out, rather than carrying it. So carrying it took me to the earlier hint, but whipping it might give me a different interaction. We'll try it. We'll go back to the spring room a few times and see if we can decipher that clue. So let's go back. We'll take the bottom route for the checkpoint this time. Okay, so same kind of interactions before. It'll be leaf. There's a donut block, though, in a certain location. The donut block is to the left. The spike ball is going to launch in a certain location. It's going to launch over here. And we needed the spike ball to do something different. Like, it seemed like we needed to crush something like this location here. Because the spike ball ordinarily breaks on that side, we need to... Oh, we need to whip the spike ball towards the spring. Like, we need to whip it over here so it breaks this open. Once it breaks that open, then we can do something interesting. So yeah, so let's drop this for the moment. Nope. Yeah, I think I need a tail whip on the spike ball. And that will be it, because this stuff is all breakable. It looks like there's a particular location where you can drop this and spawn something. Yeah, we'll fix the game audio on this attempt. Thank you for letting me know. It is a bit glitchy, but thankfully it hasn't been too severe this stream. Okay, if we take the death here, we start at the same checkpoint setup. That will allow me to progress. Assuming we read the clue correctly, which is not necessarily the case. Okay, so let's say we hold this. We then whip this. I'm then going to attempt to, well, first of all, drop this on this side. How did I get through this earlier? Oh yeah, I just went through. Okay, that's fine. I feel like we're going to drop it in this location here. Hang on. Or in the middle, perhaps. Let's just get this out of the way, so we can do something with it. There we go. That opens up the gap, but I stood in the donut block too long, and that was a mess. It does open up the gap, though. That looks like it's going to be the vine that allows me to climb through all of the invisible blocks that create the row up top. That allows me to go forward. Yeah, so sort of an interesting mix of some things that require the hints and some things that you can kind of figure out using the typical troll methods. Okay, that's gonna blast through. Let's drop this at this point. The box seems to indicate that you can make it through. And it looks like we have to take damage here. Oh, complicated locking mechanism. Let's see what this is all about. Obviously we should check this first. That's going to be no. Followed by poison. Alright. Okay, not too much of an execution barrier to get back there at least, so we should be back there shortly to get everything done. Nope, that's okay. Need to be careful with that donut block and we should be fine. I think I probably just need to take damage and then go for that wiggler. Left, let go for that coin. Now, a P-switch would block off the left and do something for me. Okay. Just a trap. Interestingly enough, if I still have invincibility frames at that point, maybe things could be different. But we'll consider all possibilities as we go. Right, let's drop this guy. Move on up. Yeah, it feels like I would not be able to retain invincibility by that point. Oops, forgot the icicle. Yeah, just straight up forgot about its respawn there when I was too busy paying attention to everything else that was going on. Okay. That will be eradicated, and then we go forward this way. That whole spike ball vulnerable area on the right side looks awfully suspicious. Like you're supposed to eventually set up some kind of complicated series of deflections here. Okay. So we're through here. It's telling me there's a key tied to the piranha plant. I have no idea what the skull will do. The skull looks like it should point up. But clearly I need to hit something first, so we'll see what that is. Okay, down. And down. That's gonna go down, and then we go over here and well, let's try hitting the block this time. Bomb's gonna go through, and the POW theoretically allows me to grab the key. And that's a no, okay. I should not do that. I'm able to go over, and I'm able to activate the POW on the other side, except I do not have a way to get the block under the key door. I think the idea is that I have to use the POW as the platform to get through the key door, which means I have to eradicate the piranha plant by other means. So let's take a look at this. Yeah, that looks like it would potentially manipulate something important here. And it's just a matter of figuring out the correct order. Because I still need something to stand on the left side, and the POW is currently the only candidate that comes to mind, so it looks like a POW detonation might not be the way. If it is the way, then the POW detonation would have to come on the left side, which, whoops, we'll have to get back to and test. Anyway, same idea as usual. We're just going to stay here, grab the trampoline, and go through the motions. Now, whoops, let's not chuck that everywhere. Come on. Hang on, let's get the D-pad to cooperate a little bit before everything blows up on me. I think so far in this area we're good, though, in terms of the pathway. Notice the burner. Notice also that it's going to be something by proximity, the activation of the piranha plant. Let's do that. And that doesn't seem to accomplish much. Unless we drop it like this, and then proceed this way. And then now we'll see the hints that takes us back to the other side. It looks like I'm about to die there. I will not. So, no note block. We know that already, though. But we need no note block with the on-off switch. Toggle the other way. That's interesting. Oh, I see. You actually need to hop out of the bone shell on the left side and then throw it. And that will lead to a potential state change. Yeah, okay, so you chuck the bone shell in that location. Okay, so same idea as before, we just need to make a few adjustments. Ah, okay, so the state doesn't need to change the... Oh yes, I see, it's just a hint to give you the location. Whoops, sorry, just momentarily slowed down there while I was processing that. Yeah, I can see why you would want that to visually match up, and then it's difficult to tell sometimes which information is going to be noise, but obviously in a troll context, if it's something like the on-off state, I am inclined to take that seriously, so... Yeah, because there's no way for me to kind of manually toggle that anyway up to that point, so... Unless I'm going forward and backward with a certain pattern. No, because the on-off switch under the icicle that replaced the previous ELB lock is kind of a one-way gate anyway, so it would not be something like that. Nope. Always missing. Let's redo it. And yeah, so it's going to be a lot of back and forth until we follow the correct pattern of clues. And once again, it's just compensating for the parachute pattern. Oh no, here's the on-off gate. Never mind what I said about it being a one-way, I just forgot how early it was placed. So that was incorrect. We do not jump on a note block, we overshot. I need to pull back and I need to chuck the shell. Yeah, I didn't expect to slide quite that far. Going directly to the donut block seems helpful there when it comes to having a clean shell pickup. Yeah, that was partly just me being incautious. Oh wow, you really do need to jump out of that though, that's true. And pull back. That's okay, we'll see. It's not too much of an issue. But whatever feels comfortable. We'll let everything activate over here. We'll push through this guy. Yeah, it's a very quick correction. It's not too much of an issue. And then I want to hit this from on top of the question block. Whoops. Unless it was to block over. Shell is going to bounce and then there's going to be some back and forth that does what? I feel like I missed something perhaps. Maybe it was supposed to go one block over. It did seem like I was supposed to chuck the shell to the right, and that maybe that would spawn something. I'd have to work quite a ways back to see the hint again though, so I think maybe we'll just estimate the position. Yeah, so we're not going to hit that. Let's leave it on this position this time, and maybe it will not hit. Unless supposed to I feel like it's supposed to hit on the side, and that this would pop something up top for me. But I can't quite tell. Different shell speeds. Like, depending on whether you are leaning into the throw, right? Is that the issue here? Is it a matter of leaning into the throw, or? I mean, partly I just can't quite remember the intended position. Throw it from my hand in a standing position. So it's from on top of the question block, or? Yeah, because it is supposed to hit on the left and then spawn something above the note block, right? Like, that's what I gathered. Yeah, because otherwise there's no particular reason to be avoiding the note block like we were doing earlier if we were just doing the same thing anyways. Yeah. Get past that position. Yeah, so it's going to be throwing from the hand this way. And then that's going to bump something. Fire flower, probably. That's going to make me big, which is going to send me across the star, and then... Well, let's see. Oh, the clown car. Okay, we'll take it. That seems rather important. Flower bouncing up top. I don't see what the clown car changes for me here. Nope, that's a bad idea. Let's not do that. I mean, it does get me across... Unless there's some kind of state change. There's no mushroom. There is a Cheep Cheep. Like, we had gotten past the mushroom clue earlier, so we need to find an exit pathway here that is not the mushroom. It looks like the clown car would at least let me go up towards the flower if I'm still able to take a hit. Like, the clown car primarily seems to allow me to go up in this area, so... Roger Boy, any puzzles? Well, we're in a bit of a troll right now. That counts. Also, whoops, I missed. If we do grab the star, that might change things a little bit, because that would potentially allow me to retain a point of damage that I could use with the clown card to get up to the fire flower. That is in the next position. We'll see if that's the case. And we'll do this. And we'll stay low to grab the flower. Okay. Interesting that the claw is what prevents the flower from maneuvering further. Oh, we just activated something. Ah, okay. So the jump activates a bunch of stuff immediately. Doesn't seem like the star can be manipulated any further, so we just need to go fast. Then and not hit the block and just go directly as we had done before. But then... yeah, then if I didn't hit that piranha plant, if I went directly left to the clown car, I would have been able to preserve the mushroom from the clown car if I didn't try to land on the vine. So that would have allowed me to go up to the top left. So I was actually okay. And we have the tools that we need. Okay, let's remove this. Tap this. So yeah, flower, we will slide through as before. It really does seem as though I should be going for the clown car, but in order to do that, I need to not go for the 10 coin. I think it was the 10 anyway, it was a big coin. I didn't really read the denomination carefully. Anyway, let's go back. Yeah, same idea with the flower and the muncher. Claw drop's gonna come in. It looks like that's... What is it even bouncing on top of? Okay. Yeah, no, I needed to come here with the mushroom still intact without the extra mushroom spawn. Because this is going to be in a slightly different state than what we had seen previously when going up towards that top room. So we'll weave through this a few times. Also, the leaf in this room, I don't know how it's relevant yet. I think it's just a fake out that we had conveniently skipped. Yeah, no, I hadn't really thought about the positioning of that flower bounce. The flower looks like it's only there to spawn the clown car. It's not really something I can manipulate. Yeah, still love that claw catch on the trampoline. Very fancy. Let's nudge our way up here. Don't know if the P-switch expiry matters here. Let's go through with the P-switch still intact. I mean, we've been through here previously, though, so that's not right, I don't think. But we have an additional bomb now. And it's a fake 2 seconds. Oh, face 2 seconds. It's Dr. Shy Guy. Thank you so much for rating me as I'm about to finish. We still potentially have a fair bit in this one, so... thank you so much, everybody who has come in. It's really great to see. It's Dr. Shy Guy. We are in the middle of a troll, which is going to be our last level of the day, so I'm not going to be on for too long. But while I process this clue that we've just been given, which I can talk to you folks about, we can kind of go back to where we were before. So this was past the vine path that we saw earlier with the wiggler and all that stuff. So we need to face to the right for 2 seconds, and we need to maybe stand on top of this spike? That's interesting. Because it looks like that would potentially... Yeah, that's interesting. We'll have to start this over. So yeah, welcome everybody who has come in, including Banghead and Snowbear. Snowbear, I hope you've been doing well with your streaming yourself. And Jungle Mutt. And anybody else I may have missed. Oh yeah, I guess Supernova's here as well. I mean, I think we know that guy. But yeah, so we're doing a troll that has this kind of back and forth checkpoint setup that kind of allows you to progress through the level by reading clues on either side. So we've just been doing a playtest of this today. Which way were we going? Yeah, this way. So as you can see here, you can go through either path, and the state switch is preserved through the checkpoint respawn. And every time you go through more of the troll, whoops, too late, you see a little bit more of the other side in terms of the clues that you're given. So we've had to weave back and forth through this quite a bit. A lot of restarts along the way, but that just comes with the territory. Anyway, we're just gonna drop this, put that, drop this, and then we're going to do this face 2 seconds thing, which sounds extremely suspicious given that I take damage immediately. Oh, whoops, 2 seconds. That was not 2 seconds. I made a mistake. I think I give it 2 seconds and then I face. Yeah. Supernova has a propeller Kaizo. Is it a new propeller Kaizo, or is this something that I am familiar with already? Whoops. Anyway, let's drop this. Okay. Now what do we do? Through here. Take and hit. Okay, we didn't hit it. Take and hit. There's going to be a certain order here. Something you probably won't submit here due to its difficulty. Yeah, I mean, whoops, let's pay attention here. Yeah, if we have a longer stream at some point that's not a viewer queue, maybe I'll take a look at it. I do need to go immediately under this cheap here. I know that from experience. Sometimes I get a little bit complacent when respawning after a checkpoint. And okay, let's tap that. Let's drop this. Let's do the facing interaction that allows me to grab the P-switch. Oh, I messed up the facing interaction, I think. Yeah, I need to do it pretty much immediately. You kind of need to stand on the spike, I think, when you still have your invincibility frames. That's the adjustment we have to make. Okay, when we leave, going to be trampoline. We drop this, we come over here, wreck everything on the way over. Okay. Take that. No, that's not right. Yes, it is. I don't trust that 50 coin at all. Oh, yeah, actually, I should have trusted that 50 coin. Never mind. Okay, looks like we're pretty close to the finish, though. It looks like it's probably just one adjustment, and then that should be the solution. Yeah, with the whole P-switch interaction there, I was kind of playing by impulse, not knowing what the exit would be, but now that we know where the pipe is, I think we have a better idea of how it's going to go. That 50 coin was basically screaming, "This is a troll level, don't take the 50 coin," though, and we know how well that reverse psychology went. Yeah, so you do need to drop in that location. That's the fake out. That's... I should trust that I can drop on a donut block directly instead of maintaining that position up top. Surprisingly panicky play, yeah. Well, I mean, we had tried most of the slow, methodical pathways through that room at that point, so... Not that much about that was premeditated. It looks like we're probably just one or two adjustments away from getting out of that. So yeah, we'll just go up. I did need to maintain position slightly longer. Or at least dodge the spring. The star is not going to save me there, so... Anyway, let's grab this. And once again, place this guy. Place this guy. Let's see how many hits we have remaining. So yeah, it's going to be maybe one little jump here. Well, I mean, I should jump off the donut block halfway down. I just missed the input for that for some reason. There's a narrow window for me to make that escape between the spike ball and the trampoline coming in from the left side, so we'll just figure out these adjustments one at a time. Invincibility frames feel surprisingly generous there. So yeah, this is purely a mechanical timing adjustment here. This is awfully suspicious. Notice this. That the key door is matched to something else that drops you there. And is blocked by one way. Oh, that's okay, just joking. And here's a checkpoint. And then this is the start of the level, except with a different on-off state entirely. So now we will see what the placement is going to be, probably. Except we have a key now, and the key might do something different for me. Or maybe it's a forced death at a checkpoint, which would revert this into the off states anyway. Again, so yeah, jumping at this location is bad. Curious, I wonder what we can do though. Because that pops you down below. Okay. That's fine. That should drop the muncher. That weaves your way over, but the fact that you spawned up top probably changes something subtle. You see a soft lock. Well, hopefully I don't run into it. Because it seems like we're reversing through this now, except there might be a state change of some sort, unless we are just repeating what we've seen previously, which looks like... Ah, okay, the axe is right there, okay. So there was probably some kind of block destruction that was triggered there previously that I didn't see. Only if you're within range, maybe if you're spawning from checkpoint 2 or if you've passed checkpoint 2. I think that is probably how it works, like checkpoint 2 would get you within range of blowing that up. Luckily we didn't hesitate too much. I was hesitating a bit at the very end there, but anyway. Thank you for offering me first clear on this version. I know you've got a couple of fixes, but hopefully that will work well. Yeah, I was wondering where the change was going to come in when flowing through that area. But we managed to figure it out without too much trouble, and thank you so much for the patience for waiting for this to be fully played. So that's going to be all for today. Thank you so much once again for the raid that just came in with It's Dr. Shy Guy. Really great to see all of you here, however briefly. We have been continuing to do some Maker 1 during the weekday streams, and this is, for those new here, still a fairly regular slot for viewer levels on the weekends. So thank you for all the new follows and all the attention, and especially the levels from the creators who submitted today. We're going to look for somebody to send you off to next in just a moment. But in the meantime, thanks so much for watching. Let me just mark that as a win, just to get everything totally clear. But yeah, thanks for watching. Enjoy your next destination as well as the rest of your weekend. Hope everything is well with you in the days ahead. And as always, fare thee well.